啊，好，那我们继续吧。等我一下下哦。这里怎么有一个人？哦，他怎么跑来这里了？
I'll just keep the ㄎin the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
Hi, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way.
Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty.
你好，夫人。
Hello, detectives. It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
That, and she's also keeping an eye on you.
所以你觉得这里怎样？
How do I like it?
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name, all the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there? I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right. Politics time. Let's react. Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head.
什么也不说。
She could easily just...
You detect a note of longing in her voice.
Have I told you how they discovered this place?
怎么发现这里的哦？这个渔村。
No, they're in Celindian, Isola. I'm guessing you don't know then.
不，你还没告诉我们他们是怎么发现的。
Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
遗忘啦，就是我本人。
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home, this island of matter, or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
现在就说吧，我们有时间。
Do we?
嘿嘿嘿。
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you.
哎呦，
This story, she will tell it only before she leaves Martinez, at the very end of her stay.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with while you're hot in pursuit.
我想想，其他的他都会。施行的事吗？先暂时这样吧，我们要去追查那个什么。怎么感觉那个佩戴剑的很像是我们要追查的人？看一下。6趴而已哦。对，打丁路比，子弹是从哪射来的？浮标，然后这个烈酒就不用了。啊，对啊，我还要去买骰子吼。可恶。问纹身哦，然后合作的人，在你帮什么？哦，找急诊套铠甲。
On the table, you see a boat. An old mirror hangs on.
噔噔噔噔噔。所以那个木板道的尸体会不会只是因为他刚好发现了路比在那边射击，所以被杀死了？感觉好像也有一点点这种可能呢。哇，那我们太快断案
The
了。
remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years. Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase.
我觉得上次那个木板道的尸体太快断案了。 下，调位置好了。
There's rust and corrosion on the bars. They're foaming with it. And a small layer of white salt from the sea.
金主，你能看得出里面有什么吗
No. I won't even try. You know,
哦，好，
I had a partner once. They called him Eyes because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
太糟了吧！
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer.
即便
Maybe
如
some other small talk.
即便如此，你还能开枪？
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I pass my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
7分通过，好哦。那当初就不该让你射那个伸手的。
You see, a once bright mirror.
哎，那边有一个点呢，是下水道吗？混凝土有个裂缝。过不去。什么东西？没有。
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
里面是什么？
Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
金知道下面是什么吗？
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here.
你觉得我们能不能在下面找到露比？
We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. In conclusion, she could be under any building.
但是这里没有吗？
I hope not.
大声喊一下，
There's no echo and no answer.
完成思维。为什么不给进？说不定他就真的藏在里面呢、这边还有一个教堂的支线，等等。啊，说不定藏在教堂里哦。你他们说看到有很可怕的人杀死人，那应该就是藏教堂里哦。
An old door worn by elements.
毫无
guards
可
the
能。
depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
也许这个建筑以前是用来设计的。
From here to the whirling? I can't see how. The church is in the way.
嗯，好吧，毫不可能。这只能开一次，不能重复检定，还是不要冒险好了。3%，那个读档也不知道读几次。
Just dead and dying locusts and the slow swaying of surrounding reeds. Poor things.
好了，这边的我们检查过了。
Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in rags.
也许这里的萤火是罪犯用过了啊。
To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps, but anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2-kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out Biddable Prime, was it?
也许袭击者爬上通讯塔，在那里开着枪啊。
It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
表现出他高超的技术啊！边爬边开枪。
It does look extremely rickety, and wouldn't help much either.
遥望水面，望向楼兰飞旋。
There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, through a thick snowstorm melting flake by flake in the waves, you see the smallest rectangle, barely visible.
说不定他拿1.2公里倍镜啊，我4倍镜还是12倍镜，直接可以看到。
A glowing light on the third floor of the whirling in rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move behind the glass, her limbs long and slender.
完成之尾。所以 B 不可能，对不对？哎，地之角不行。我记得我刚刚好像有看到一个可以捡的东西。地方怎么那么难走啊？这个就是这个，就是你。对啊。哦，能言善道来，我看一下哦，现在是算什么？这个服装是内衬吧？对啦，通勤打理简易哦，太简易了吧？啊？那我们去木板道看一下。我觉得教堂搞不好有那个下水道可以通往这个工厂。
A few locusts trudge along the wall of the trap. The rest are piled in a heap in the corner, dead. No phasmid anywhere. Poor things.
可怜的家伙。走了3处啊。
A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first, it just looks like trash, but if you look closer.
That over there must be the boy class you told us about. The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look.
捡起浮标。
You lift the boy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom appear to have been cut.
检查塑胶球。
The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it close, but only just barely. The brittle metal of the latch has cracked.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
摇一下浮标，
There's something in there, splashing around.
闻闻浮标。
It smells like you would expect it to smell. A concentrated version of the coast. Salt, industrial slop, and decay.
味海岸味道的高度浓缩版，好恶心。打开，
A shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae, and nothing else.
Well done.
他还这删好了，没有文件，你觉得是谁拿走的？
I have no idea.
这只是个很不上道的怪癖，反正我们知道浮标里藏了什么。
Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope.
这会不会跟什么神秘的动物学家还有他们小探险有关？
In my experience, cryptids are generally uninterested in travel documentation. We should go.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt she'll tell you much at this point.
他还在这里算我们走运，要是再久一点，他说不定就飘走了。
We still got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore.
不管空浮标了。
The dome-shaped plastic.
前面这边有一个东西，难道不是吗？过不去。最后一个希望了。
The trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Most of them aren't moving anymore. You still can't see a phasmid anywhere. Poor things.
完蛋，还是没有。我上次去的那个木板道在哪里呀？ 藏身处。
There's no way the perp isn't here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed.
不过我能试着闯进去。
Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable. But I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lonely and cold without points. And dangerous. Dangerous too.
今天你觉得他在里面吗？
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
这里没有什么可以做的了。哎呀！我上次走去的那个木板道在哪？为什么去不了了？ 哦，可以直接传送哦。啊，你不早讲，我这边走老半天。可以用传送的，为什么不早讲？不是啊，那木板道要怎么去？我当初是怎么走的？不是这里呀、下面吗？这不能过啊！再走过去就回村子了吧？对啊，回村子了。
Hello, mister.
你是莉莉安的女儿吗？
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom?
是的，我们之前见过。
That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything.
哦，那你认识一个叫露比的人吗？
Ruby. Ruby. My mom tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or like, sometimes I can, but then
Kids.
所以你讲不出来哦。
Bye.
拜。可恶！还以为你要跟我讲秘密呢，结果你也不知道，臭小鬼。上石头。
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
你们肯定是莉莉安的双胞胎吧？
This one doesn't.
Lily's our mum.
嗯，
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Wow, so intellectually stimulating.
小孩都很蠢。小莉莉是你妹妹吗？
Yes.
是吗？
Yes.
就这些就这么简洁的吗？
It doesn't look like he knows what that means.
小孩子都很蠢。
Stupid.
笑死！好吧，警察叔叔问你们别的事好吗？
Okay.
你们在附近有没有看到坏人？
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is gonna crack the case.
有好不好？小孩子都不会说谎，即便说谎，他也会照着事实的发展的其中一个要件说谎。
Then we're definitely doing it.
What bad?
I don't think.
Then we're definitely doing it. The stone.
He looks just like me.
再问问老婆婆吧。
Our tenant that pleased me. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
有没有看到红发露比？
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
好吧，不过你知道我在说谁吗
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
嗯哼，
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
嗯，这就跟那个把自己锁进采访的时候一样，我们只是想要帮他走出来。
No, it's not like that, man. With him, we called you. Right now, you just arrive by yourself, like a raven plucking at the window glass.
好，我明白了。
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too.
嗯，我也是这么觉得。红屋附近转转，就觉得这里很可疑，但是好像没有东西。奇怪，我上次看到那个一个人倒在那个在哪里呀、找不到。问一下醉鬼。
The legend, he's back, and thirsty.
哦，算了算了算了。
Rancor, don't you call her? Yeah, don't call Abigail.
谁是阿比盖尔？
Abigail, don't you fucking call Abigail.
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are she's gone. Calling her wouldn't make it any better or worse. You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk.
为什么我不能打给阿比盖尔？
He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
嗯哼，
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
啊，为什么不能打咩？在附近有没有见过一个女人？
Abigail? Abigail, where are you?
你就只会这一句吗？你是谁？然后他回答阿比盖尔。
Don't call Abigail.
正在进行一项重要的官方调查，我要求你回答我的问题。
There's no use in yelling at drunks. He's barely holding it together.
The drunk man starts coughing a really disgusting hacking cough.
我在哪？这是什么地方？
The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible.
Don't call.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
Don't
call.
call。
Don't call her.
喂，星
There's
星，
no waking him from.
Don't call.
There's no wake.
笑死！
Hey, tequila!
一个是阿比盖尔，然后这个是 Takila 是吗？
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
跟他握手。
So what's happening?
等等 Takila，
Yeah, tequila sunset. How are the, high concept reality-based adventures proceeding?
嗯，
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang.
原来我是街头四人帮里面的一员哦。
Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
不知道，大家说我是个警察，我已经习惯了。
It's good to hear that you're on top of things. Talking about used to, did you know that I used to be a real mover and shaker? Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom's Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks. Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
最近你有没有在附近看到一个红发的露比？
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
你们在这里做什么
We are saving the world.
？OK，
Please don't call.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
怎么是龙舌兰日落？你老在提这个，
It's you. Your tequila sunset.
你是怎么知道的？
We've met before. Don't you remember?
我记得。
Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
No.
Tequila sunset. Something ominous there.
说吧。
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
所以我礼拜五见过你们哦。我一个人吗？
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
OK。
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk.
哦。
Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
It is. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
请继续。
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs. Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Anyway, there was a brief silence, a gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed.
Top speed.
Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs. The time hath come. So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things.
我说的每句话都是真的。龙舌兰日落将会粉碎现实的阴影。
Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice.
哦，这么厉害。
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
嘿嘿嘿嘿，是吗？听起来还不错。
Yeah, I agree.
我们狂欢了多久？
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
没错，我是个传说。
If you only knew.
关于那个害我很惨的人，我有没有说过什么详细资讯？
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail!
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
有没有提过丢了什么别的东西？
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
我有说过我的同事吗？
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
真的。
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
我们提过案子的事。
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
我们也没有聊过政治。
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
你了解我是哪种警察吗？
You kept calling yourself a goddamn superstar who'd cleared 501 cases.
As you've already determined, the actual number is 216. But what's a little embellishment between friends?
No thanks to the squares at the precinct, as you put it.
OK， 不用再听了。
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
你好像擅长讲故事，以后有时间能再说一个给我听吗？
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right, why not? Better than a beach bum.
再
That's
见
what。you almost say. But the words choke in your throat. Do you really want to miss out on all
也
this
许
good
很
stuff?
重要。
Perhaps it's significant.
啊，说。
What?
Jeez. I told you I wasn't much of a storyteller. It's okay. I didn't want to tell them anyway.
Huh?
Tequila, whoop-de-doo.
Oh.
It depends, really.
You might get scammed here.
我有一种感觉，这会让我付出很大代价。
No, the reality of the situation requires a rather modest contribution. A little motivational package.
你想要什么？
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
红准酱给你了。
Classy.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
还在那边。
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George. But around here, you already know.
George.
I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder/junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff.
人均价值。
I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
等等，有多少个人为你工作？
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
慢跑有帮助吗？
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
发生了什么事？
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
到底有多潮湿呢？
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
哦，我会双脚落地，我有猫科动物的反应。
Whatever. The point is, reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
哇靠！开玩笑吧？
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office. I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
最棒的那一种。
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in.
换锁了，所以你也进不去。
Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
哦，这样会有关系吗？
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
我怎么觉得感觉好像少了几步骤？
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me, so they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
我基本上也算无家可归了，好像也没很糟糕。
The hobo lifestyle definitely has some perks. Not having to pay rent, first and foremost. Not being responsible for 20 other people is nice too. But that charm wears off pretty quickly. Before you know it, you're wearing a shit-stained tracksuit and spending your days picking tear.
你还有别的故事吗？
I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
我现在身上没有。
Then I can't keep on telling the stories. You too,
Tequila， 下次吧。看来不是跟祖先有关系的。这里可以过吗？不行。奇怪，那个木板道我是怎么过的？穿越教堂。 对啊，这个应该是从这里吗？哦，这边还有一条，从这边啊，就是想刚刚怎么走过来。
There's some tear, an empty.
为什么没有触发那个点？不是说有一个是木板道吗？对啊，木板道搜查子弹的痕迹，小岛搜查。 渔人小岛是上面那个吗？ 是木板道不是这里，木板道不就这边吗？嗯，上面有一个入口哎，可是这应该有地方可以进去哦。上面有开口呢。哦，我决定要探查那个教堂了。就是教堂很可疑啊，教堂说不定就有通往那个大楼的地下通道。
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
检查木头做工。
The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold.
用手抚过梁柱。
The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. The carving on the door is block-like, and the doors remain unchanged, closed with a padlock.
仔细检查锁头。
This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker.
检查贴纸。
You see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead. There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
为何它会如此现代？
It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was. Either way, you get the sense the forces of future are at work here.
“你之前见过这个符号吗？”
He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No.
No. 你认为如何？
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency.
所以是青少年的不良行为，好吧？为什么是青少年的不良行为？
For Revachol-ZOC, the moral intern defined junior delinquents as minors between the ages of 10 and 16 who have committed an act in violation of the law. These acts aren't called crimes as they would be for adults. Crimes committed by minors are called delinquent acts. This was part of your officer's exams.
哦，这里有什么地方暗示了他是青少年不良行为吗？
I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
我同意，他相当现代，但这个快活的人是不知道自己已经死去，还是这个死去的人不在乎自己已经死去了呢？里面的讽刺源头是什么？
That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
完整的失窃啊，轻而易举。先等一下啊，我要更完整一点。
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangle, there's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
把贴纸贴在你的手册上，就在封面上。
Voila! Looks very modern.
充满个人风格。
You're part of the future brigade now, and so is your formerly humdrum ledger. Neon baby.
用钥匙打开手头。
The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Let's go.
拉开门。
As you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area. Its black halls and dusty machines. Then the feeling passes. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum. In the heart of the city.
进去了。哦，这地方真的好大。等一下，完成了什么？好，让我的手册充满个人风格，酷一点。
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
我现在已经97%，非常高。
Yes, at last, you find a way to piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. HDB41, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the next world mural.
等等 ，HDB 41难道不是警官分局吗？
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials.
Oh.
Harrier Dubois, HDB.
我应该是阿耶西。好了，放弃拉斐尔了。
That's comforting to hear. Now, detective, it takes half an hour to piece one of these together, if you still want to. Here are your options.
然后再看。
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden. It takes about half an hour to. This one is cause of fate. The mural is enormous. Two silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. True love is possible. People call it that thing. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lettrers have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown. The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between two options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next. No one cares what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger. What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done? Not much has changed.
先这样好了，就是一直看，浪费有点多时间。你看向前方，突然感觉奇怪极近，你应该在这里慢行，而不是奔跑。叉子状的闪电图案。啊！奇怪的木雕像半成品，雕像是后来增加的，不是教堂原始建物。感觉它融入了教堂之中。已经签的差不多啦，已经快要变成一个派对区了。
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent.
等等，我好像还是听到了什么。
And then it's gone. Almost all of it, but for the faintest of hums. It seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow, if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual. You can hardly hear your own breathing.
跺跺脚，拍拍手。
You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow.
尽全力的大喊。
Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers.
短相机出了什么事
The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
几乎什么都听不见，我有点担心了。不算吧，不过这真的很特别，我从来没有过这种经历。
I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is. Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing on its premises.
不管是什么，它肯定是真实的。我们周围确实发生了奇怪的事情。
The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you.
抬头仰望钟楼。
The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely
哦，有
visible,
挑战性。
then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
完蛋！如果我不想知道上面有什么呢？
The silence, the darkness, they've enveloped you as in a cocoon. You cannot move anymore.
完蛋了！要失败了，低无感呢。为什么无感发达被扣道具加值减1？扣太多吧？失败。
Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin.
眨眼。
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it.
我们来读取进度，好像进来的时候有，对，没错哦，进来的时候有。要五感发达哦，那我们先穿好装吧。五感发达，我看一下五感。记得有五感的啊，怎么突然又找不到了？这简衣裤啊，啊，鞋子。然后我是什么东西减一啊？啊，这个臭帽子。好，私家侦探套装。不管，跑起来，跑起来！诶，又有一台机器耶！
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
等一下吧。诶，上面有东西。哦。啊，差不多了。先这里记个录，快速储存。
The silence in this part of the church. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even you, and then you can hardly hear your own. You produce, your voice is barely. The lieutenant.
Can you hear anything? I wonder why.
Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent.
Please, detective. Not this again.
超自然现象啊
He's trying to act dismissive. But at this particular moment, he's more open than usual to the idea of paranatural phenomena.
抬头仰望钟
The orderly
楼，
rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
42，成功，水了。
It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and it's making its way toward you through all the other shadows.
追踪阴影的行动。
It's not a shadow anymore. becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of an animal descends.
Officer, is there something up there?
Oh no. You've lost sight of it. Where did it go?
在天花板上。
Yes. The darkness makes the ceiling feel infinitely far away.
眨眨眼，又出现啦。
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to...
哦，举走。梅斯克杀回。古惑仔丝巾，坚韧不拔。是哦。丝巾类哦，现在东西好多哦，多到我不知道怎么分类。帽子目前要做2顶，帽子把它放这里吧。然后有一件是内穿的衣服，这样吧。鞋子、手套、鞋子。 这样子，好多了。这样，好多了。看到了酒瓶，有酒瓶，我们就要拿起我们的工具。捡。 身为一个仓鼠大将军拾荒者，所以我们就必须要捡。哦，举走。哦，钱。我是通过来的哦。可以。那这边呢？这边没有通。 好，新的血鞋。哦，看起来好炫炮哦，之后再穿吧。 那我们先去楼上问一下那个给不给走啦哦，每次都这样嘞。Hello， 你好吗
The shadow is a man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. He is studying you intently. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
不想按太快。喂，谁在哪里？
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
什么对的地方？
Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
真的吗？
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality.
我是个警察，我需要你讨论一下警察的事。我不知道你说的喝酒是什么意思。
Oh, yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Wayne. I could smell the control all the way over here.
我听好的，谢谢你。
I know it's hard to admit that you got a problem. I was like you once. Couldn't take an honest look into my own heart and see I was in pain.
哦，原来他也是一个被酒害过的人。
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
出于某种原因，我觉得你说的有点道理。
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways.
白洞的多优雅，白洞要怎么优雅？
'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
你一定就是拉个线啊！
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
说句公道话，其实更像蜘蛛。
I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
磨练一下自己的技术。如果你不是只螃蟹，那是什么？
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools over there?
等等，这些雕像都是你做的吗？
Sure am. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to busy my hands. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness.
All right, let's consider the context and meaning here. 你有一些很漂亮的曲线。好，好了。
It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it.
你成为谢男和木雕家之前是干什么的？
I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
我也失忆了，不过我喜欢这样，好像我可以塑造全新的自己，从零开始。
That's not really the point, I said. You gotta give yourself over to service. Service of the mother, that is.
就是 mother.
Do you remember your name, sir?
The lieutenant is not particularly interested in this information. He's just trying to assert some control over the conversation.
Diago's my name.
Diago.
Those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
我的名字让我显得很特别。你多久会遇见一个叫拉斐尔·安普罗修斯库斯托的人？
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that.
啊，我按到哈利了，可恶！你在这里做什么？
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there, a way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
这是你的吗？
I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have them. I don't need them anymore.
OK， 我会，就算你不说，我也会拿。
They'd only stop him from climbing. They look pretty dapper, actually.
所以你一直说的沉默字母到底是谁？
Oh, that's no simple question, I said. She is one who can be painted or sculpted. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes, and no one ever will.
你直接从这穿孔取影之后会发生什么呢？
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
OK，
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
你到底是怎么找到这个地方这座教堂？
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, eh? It didn't belong to me.
这难道不是仅仅换了一种毒品吗？
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
信仰是一种毒品。
I heard that before, Wei. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night?
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system.
我想爱情可是我选择的毒药，而且我还在为此难过。
She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of the mother's love. The mother will eat all of you and never spit you out.
好吧，那我们就求同存异吧。
I know it will take time. Don't sweat it. I
What?
know it will take time. Don't sweat it.
就讲2次啊，我还是不明白你在教堂做什么。
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
怎么讲话好黑？唱歌很好啊，我自己就可以算是一个歌手。
I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound.
你讲的好像很有道理，但是又好像很没道理。好吧，我还有其
The
他问
sinewy
题。
figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
你在这里待了很长一段时间，你知道为什么教堂会废弃吗？
Police raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything.
等我一下，你刚刚怎么会有赖啊？什么时候的事啊？我回个讯息哈。好，继续吧。你知道其他幽灵在哪里吗？指向周围的奇怪机器。
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
Viejita is grandma?
所以说有其他人住在这个教堂，而且还是个老太婆。
No, I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young.
Oh?
Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
Wait, what if it's Ruby?
对啊，我也在想是不是露比。
Did it ever seem to you like she was hiding here from something?
You mean like a fugitive? No, man. Quite the opposite. I don't think she cared much about authority or anything else for that matter. Maybe only about her machines.
I see. And where is she now?
I told you, Holmes. I don't know.
I don't know. 你们两个都住在这里，你怎么会不知道？
Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
所以你没什么要告诉我的吗？他什么样？他是做什么的？他是谁？
I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
哦，有些派对狂想把这里变成一家夜店。
the ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me.
所以你觉得怎样？夜店的事？
Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
OK。有一个这个现实的荒原。我们来看一下电脑好了，会不会这是他讲的那个 U-Land？
Over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity. The lieutenant doesn't say anything, but you can sense that he doesn't like you meddling with the machine.
是的，但是这台机器看起来跟被诅咒的商业区一样。
It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
A quaint little box of radio waves.
等等，让我调查一下。
You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed.
往隔间里面看。
Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March.
2到3月日志哦。
Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater.
按下播放键。
The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio in the doomed commercial area.
一方又是我，你好吗？
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
我看了核心里面，不过是装记忆体上胶带写的是日志2至3月。
Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer. Maybe he knows something.
是我的生日吗？
No.
我是警察，请把密码，我不擅长记密码，你能给我个提示吗
Still no.
我是警察，请把那个东西打开。
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for stress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
是我的生日吗
Still no.
很烦，我不知道密码。
Received. I will register this login attempt. Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
要塞事故就像被诅咒的商业区那台一样吗？
I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on Saint-Brune, the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Saint-Brune, that's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine? That's the doomed commercial area.
Anything else I can help you with?
我们再试一次，我想可能知道个人日志的正确密码。谢谢，不过我要挂断了。挂断吧，我们还不知道。
Fortress accident.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing fluorescent play and print buttons.
按下列印键。
Nothing happens.
Nothing happened. 可恶 ！Nothing happened. 哪里有密码啊？这附近哪里有密码？哪里有密码？好吧，那我们只能进去这里了。
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day.
Dolores Day.
Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel.
Oh.
Cold wind seeps in from the crack in the glass. Snowdrifts cover the floorboards at your feet. Above, you feel her multicolored eyes on you, inspecting you. As if under a microscope.
向上看。
The woman looks down at you, standing there. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye. Of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive.
他认知到某个仍然活着的人的某个人已经去世了。
You.
同情。
As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder.
做同样的事。
Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times as you stand in the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles, her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
可以检定，这是德洛丽斯丹。
The old woman in the village was right. This must be the Delorean Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the small Pinewood Church in some records.
你知道这地方吗？
It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers.
你还知道些什么？
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Setsa, they call them, the 7 sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials.
Oh.
We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find the instigator here. Something else, perhaps?
Respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower of DeLoreanism? A pang of guilt? The lieutenant is leaving something out.
你知道为什么会废弃吗？
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around here.
谁指挥那次突袭的？
Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure?
你不确
Is this
定？
confidential information?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them.
我不记得来过这里。
I am pretty sure it was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything more about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters.
如果我来过这里，我应该要搞明白自己做过什么。
Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
经理是德洛丽斯主义的追随者吗？
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are Delorean in origin.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
我觉得你不像有宗教信仰的人啊。
It's not spiritual, it's constitutional. The Delorean system does not demand faith, only accordance.
我们来换一下哈，见为知着，找一个见为知着的套装。我们还要那个博学多闻。好，这样应该就有了吧？因为制作加1，博学多闻加2，有没有减的、啊？加1。 有没有剪的？仔细看一下，这个剪博学多闻，拔掉。那个，这样调一下位置。好。
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. The mother of humanism stands above you. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
等等，无罪者到底是什么意思啊？听过那个系统。
The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world's spirit.
一个统治者。
More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
现在还有无罪者在位吗？
No, we are alone.
好吧，他是什么时候在位统治的
？300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi, she is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world.
关于他的事，我还知道些什么
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Serene, modern-day Sir La Clé. Also, that she was gorgeous beyond beauty. Draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed?
这是哪里来的
The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away. No, you must know.
好吧，还有什么？他很聪明吗
Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous.
Wow.
It was on her advice that Irene Le Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The DeLorean era.
Wow.
Wow indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest.
她当选为无罪女王的时候，她作为顾问服务了好几年的女皇跪倒在她面前，她的情绪是如此激动，连她的肺都开始在胸中发光了。
Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt.
为什么不是 heart 而是浪？我想多了解一些。
As did we all. The lands of the Mesk and the Occident, and even far away Supreme Windy, altogether 21 of the 40 mundial nations of the time, immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning.
还没加冕就想让他统治。
In a city called Advesperaskit in Vesper Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt.
她一定很美。
Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen.
然后呢？
One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else. Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes.
什么东西？
This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology.
那它有什么吓人的地方吗？
Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it.
But
terrifying. It's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
不，我想知道它有什么不好的地方。
You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her Theriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the Innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal. for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs.
发生了什么事？
The Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity. Suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her.
打着人道的主意，逼迫别人要跟你一样。
This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
他和这个案子有点关系。
She's been dead for 300 years. I am almost 1,000% certain she isn't connected to the case. None of this is, in fact. This church, the coast, this isn't a good place to get lost in.
重组，拜托成功。
The shards glimmer in the dark. You see.
干！我应该要先……烦呢，这样要重来。
The mother of humanism stands
97这个等一下，
precious
先
and
用
the
这
jigsaw
个
of。broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a light motif below them both.
是谁打碎这马赛克彩绘
Unknown.
Unknown.
Something during the raid the lieutenant mentioned, or just hooligans looking for something to break.
这个老妇人是谁？
The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, 30 years, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail.
格言说了什么？
Below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau.
有一种那种叫什么、啊？那个叫什么？就是那种顺口溜，有一种顺口溜的感觉。
And then along the left side, après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
又来。
After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking, a tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
金座这里曾写着身后的世界死亡死后
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however.
为什么
It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing.
那现在 RCM 的口号是什么
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
我比较喜欢另外那一个。
So do I.
听起来就很老舍，又很意味不明。
The mother of humanism towers above you, a wax painting on a cracked pane of glass.
好，这里记录一下。
The mother of humanism. Despite the death,
Oh,
no amount
okay.
of Commodore Red, the highest category, more. And innocence is
跳过，
infallible. No, we are alone. 300 many things draped in ancient sadness. Are you the past? No. Terribly. She made them. She was and almost it was on. She was crowned. Wow. That is why the lungs are the. As did we. In a city, she was dressed in. Oh yes. Midwinter. One of the men. Something. Dolores. This inhuman. Terrifying. It's a simple word. You all. She was the most social. The mesks suggest she adored. Little is this subtle.
Lieutenant, what are you thinking of, if I may? She's been none of.
Hey, her innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Like, oh, you have the headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back.
把他的心赢回来，可是他已经死了啊。
Don't be so pessimistic. Love doesn't die that easily. This isn't funny. You have a bad feeling about this one.
OK， 现在是我的任务
So
了。
very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for.
线上小雕像。
Humanism stands above you. A precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body. Her face oval and set. Why?
因为它是一扇彩绘玻璃窗。
That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else?
比如什么任务还在吗
I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked.
任务还在吗？那我能进去吗？不行欸，我还以为那个洞是可以进去的，原来是不行。
Oh, hey, wait. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
你有没有碰巧听到这位小老太婆对着她的电波通讯电脑念密码呢？
Too many times, essay. You need it for something.
我需要它。
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death.
身后的世界是死亡。
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity la niñita pequeña when I hear it.
OK， 谢
I
谢
think。we're done here, essay.
That was an interesting conversation. However, I'm still not sure whether we'll find our suspect here.
不错了啦，至少我们要到密码了。太棒了！先换回我的服装，我还是喜欢穿这一套。
The machine's keyboard is the speaker.
Good evening. Votre accident en Saint-Brun. This is the East Insulindian Repeat Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
一方又是我，你好吗？
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
我们再试一次，我想我可能知道个人日志的正确密码。
Good. Please repeat the password.
身后的世界就是死亡。
Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
是哦。
Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Sleep well, votre accident.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing fluorescent play and print buttons.
列印。
The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like
怎么听起来很像那个，很像医院打出来的那个单子啊？阅读印出的档案。
The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church, the door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
你觉得这份日志会不会跟案子有关系？
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
阅读第二段记忆。
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. See? Even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving.
第三段记录。
7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
他要天线做什么？
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
第四段。
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simon for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. Artists, yet again. Harassing citizens, stealing badges, occupying public spaces with installations, like the one here. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
资料丢失。
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
设计师、程式工程师、莱克西这些人是谁？
I think these people worked in the radio computer games business, the one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our former co-workers.
哦，第五段。
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
那到底是什么呢？
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples.
第8段
March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work.
很好，
That disco man must be a cell.
那肯定是在描述阿西尔。
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
第9段
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
他还真够马丁内斯的，哇！这马丁内斯已经变成一种骂人的东西了。是我。
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with that machine.
第10段记忆
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping pong energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A stranger makes straight for the radio computer.
被发现了。
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
干嘛关起来啦
For the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
我们正在寻找凶杀案的嫌疑犯，我们觉得他可能藏在这里。
No one's hiding here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
1、2，好，你确认完了。
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
好了啦，他已经确认完了啦。
What is it?
我没弄坏什么吧？
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
你不会正好是自由维勒尔的主程式设计师吧？
Yes. Or no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
那你是谁？你在这里做什么
I am ㄎ一ㄤA, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager.
资深工程师。
That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
你有没有见过谢楠
No.
但是你知道他在附近。
Yes.
他看见你了。
And?
所以那个谢楠看见你了。
I don't care. I don't care about crap men.
Wow. She really
Wow.
Not afraid, this one.
为什么这里有那么多机器
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
你要天线做什么
I use the AR1 as my RAIN prefect processing unit.
等等什么
RAIN prefect, my radio computer.
天线就是它的处理单元。
Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
不知道。
All right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
那 AR1 呢？它是好天线吗
I guess it is. So far, I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market, so I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieux dedicated to that sort of thing.
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
那电波通讯电脑做什么
I'm working.
什么工作
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point? I really need to focus on something.
那些水盆呢
They are connected to my RAIN prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
好的，我尽量不碰任何东西。下一个问题。
Great.
你在这座废弃的教堂做什么
You really like those questions, don't you?
Yep. 我需要保证你没有在这里藏匿什么人。
No, I'm not. It's just me and the crab man. I'm just doing some research. That's all.
怎么研究
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
你正在寻找世界上那个2公里孔洞的位置。
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said.
Oh.
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
这个洞跟你日志提到的资料就是有什么关联吗
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
世界上的一个东西到底是什么意思
Yes, that's what... Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
Easy. You measure it by the world around it.
Hmm. 我们可以收集它周围的资料来测量，那就是那些存在的东西。
Exactly. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins.
Oh.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
你不知道，知不知道这个洞可能在什么位置
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Strange things may flourish in the dark.
为什么呢？
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
这就是谢楠居住的地方。
I know.
你不觉得谢楠要为这件事负责吗
No, I don't.
出来，出来负责。
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning, her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine. 你说研究进行的不顺利，为什么？
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
等等，跑步跑步跑。关于世界上那些可怕的2厘米空洞，我只想知道这么多了。暂时。
Great, thanks. The Swallow, you mean? Great, thanks.
你觉得《洋吉舞曲》怎么样？
What? I hate it.
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
你到底有没有听过？就是实际上真的听过。
Yeah, like all the time. My tent neighbors don't really ease up with their partying, do they? Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
OK， 那你觉得《洋吉舞曲》的夜店怎么样？
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
那他们想建什么？
Take a guess, why don't you?
我还是很确信他们想把这里建成一个洋吉舞曲的夜店。他们说这是他们的梦想。
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
你有没有看见什么可疑的人？譬如说一个叫 Ruby 的女人。
What? No, no one's suspicious around here.
She has not seen her, sire.
好吧，我会让你安静工作的。好了，这里应该是没什么东西可以调查了。看个东西还会被发现。马上去看一下，它有一个那个什么小岛的，那个在哪里呀、
Hello again.
你在附近有看到一个红发的女人吗？
No,
Just no?
it's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast.
Teenagers skulking around. Gang members looking for a hole in the Union's defenses. Maybe Ruby too. But she wouldn't be able to tell from here.
考虑到我们正在着手的事情，感觉不是一个好兆头。
Superstition. We can turn the grim desolation into a fun dance club, and thus also help turn this hellhole around.
再跟我多说一些计划，在教堂里面啊，别，他应该不是找他，是找里面那一个。
Hi again. So, how are things going?
关于那个教堂，我去查看过了。
What happened?
我跟谢楠说话了。
Oh man, who is he? What did you think?
老实说还好，非常有灵性。
Really? Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
从表面上来看，只有劝诫跟祈祷。
No matter. Is he going to be a problem? Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we going to do about him?
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do. 事实上，他告诉我，他一点也不介意开夜店时。
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
别担心，我不觉得他会在乎你或是其他人。
I guess it's not a massive problem now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light. Yeah!
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her?
我正在用主机的时候，要塞事故的前任首席工程师出现了。
Programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
他说你们没有告诉我全部的计划。
Come on, man. Who will you trust? The spooky programmer or us? We just want to make the world a better place.
Feel the love! Get down and feel it!
A half-hearted sell of something which does not seem worth buying.
不，真的一点感觉都没有。
You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping. Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she seem? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea. Yeah, Oda 9. Rocking it or dropping it?
9，他不喜欢洋基舞蹈俱乐部的生意。
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world, and she doesn't like it at all.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam and into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
他很明确表示，在专案完成之前，他是不会离开的。
And you can't just evict her?
不，我不会驱逐他。
Look at you, honor man.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like anodic dance music?
他非常不喜欢，极其不屑。
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then...
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
我不打算把他赶出去，但是我可以试着说服他。
Excellent. Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
他是要什么？逻辑思维啊。
How things going? Goodbye, officer.
逻辑思维。哦，这好吵。 OK。
Hi again. So,
42。
A number of things don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids?
好了，孩子们，现在集合。
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
太冗长了。我有个坏消息要告诉你，安德烈斯基有一些不合理。
What things?
He senses something is wrong.
这不是俱乐部用的材料，这是个装满了实验室设备帐篷，用来制毒的。
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
他的朋友在哪？他的朋友不见啦！不要，那些蒸馏水是一间清洁实验室的基石。
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
他的朋友去哪里了？他的朋友不见了吗？
What do you mean, friend?
另一个喇叭，你只有一个喇叭。
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or
你没有戴耳
speaker systems.
你没有戴耳机，难道阿西尔不需要戴着耳机播放带子吗？
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
我没必要说下去了，是吗？
No shit.
苏娜说：“你们一直在计划上的事情说谎。”你的回答非常没有说服力。
Fuck, man. It's difficult to get along with some people, but we're trying to make an effort. We are on a mission here.
简而言之，你企图利用一名警探帮你建成一个毒品实验室。
That's... Come on, that's...
违法。
I meant to say, not true.
那我该拿你们怎么办呢？
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. The optimal way to go about this would be indifference. It begins by you telling him you don't care about any of this.
你跟我坦白，那我们一切好谈，我可以做宽大处理。
What do you mean by lenient?
你没听说吗？我是河这边最腐败的警察，会利用一切关系让你生活饱受折磨。嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿。看情况，现在说吧。
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again, then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershoal.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
那你为什么要扯上我？
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
他们不是真的让人毛骨悚然，是吧？
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
This is it. Judgment time.
驱逐他们，快滚吧！不想再见到你们。
No, please! There needs to be a club for Nordic music in there. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time.
He looks almost as old as you.
We need a win. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
不要，
Fuck, man. You said you'd be lenient.
我很宽大的啊，不然就逮捕你们啊。
Pack it up, Egg.
你应该高兴，我甚至没有逮捕你们。
He doesn't even look at you.
啊，怎么还是一样吵？不是按下暂停键的吗？怎么还是那么吵？好了，他不在这了。哦哦哦！这也不能走，有2点。所以它的木板道在哪里呀？这路比的行踪怎么那么难找？先换回我原本的套装好了。过不去。 对啊，那这样子，我说在木管道的哪里？搜寻。
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. You're back. Good. What can I help? Of course. Anything to help. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. Of course. Of course.
Don't tell her you've met Everard right away.
Well, technically speak good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead. Glad to have been of assistance.
循循善诱。加一，我什么捡的？没有吧？好。
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the
是标
day.
新立异哦，
Glad to
哭
have
啊！
been of assistance. The little that I know. What we...
There was a touch of discomfort. She nods. She's not even asking you anything.
Of course, Detective. You can... I fear I've told you. Is there anything else I can help you with? Of course. Of course. More lessons in basic reality?
标新立异哦。
My favorite part of the day. Glad to have been of assistance.
标新立异，我好像就很多东西了。记得我好像另外一件也有标新立异啊。算了。好，这样加2。
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day.
A strange coldness.
失败，再来一次。17%，应该10次以内会中一次吧？试试看。
More lessons in basic reality?
A strange.
You're back. More lessons in basic reality. Glad to have been of assistance. You're back. More lessons in basic reality?
A strange it's on the tip.
成功，拜托成功。
Your more lessons in basic reality?
A strange coldness. It's on the tip of your tongue. A doubt of sorts already in your head, but it's not fully formed yet.
就是如新思维完成了。
to this later. Once the jamais vu thought is complete.
These are unimportant times to take for the revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's... Those would be...
She's not gloated.
Oh.
She likes the totality of it.
Indeed. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot...
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, lots of people. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes. Him and tens of thousands. The liberals got the mineral right. Liberals, some were rich. They didn't win.
We.
To foreign the liberals, the coalition.
There is bit.
The moralists, at least not this.
The color of moralism is blue.
Of course. The turn of the revolution. It wasn't a... It made people. Of course. From revolution. Why?
Something tells you.
No doubt. A city.
The clatter.
The zone of modernity.
51.
Time flies. The 20s, the 30s.
All that
Yes. Welcome to...
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control.
I've no right. We could have had so much more. Good question. And I. So a quarter of humanity. Good hygiene. When they fit... And what is it?
There is
my position.
Understandable. They are what... Anyway.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Oh.
A bird? Some sort of krill hunter? Of course you're not, my dear. This place, it's lovely, really. Actually.
You both.
This place could...
There is regret.
Doubtless I'll be off someplace keeping social classes from each other's throat.
She won't maneuver her way.
I am an...
She raises the corner of her...
An ultra-liberal. An ultra-liberal. It's a type... Yes, I can see you...
In her green... Forgive her. You feel...
A fitting punishment. When the dust settled, the liberals were... With due... I would not...
She really...
Then for my daughter...
Dark orange flames reflect in her...
Yes. Whatever else I am. I'm also nothing more.
Yes.
He's being sarcastic.
We are.
Yes. That... Permit me... And if those authorities... It's an...
She conveys... In case he goes down later.
It's not just me to... Well... It's either bariatrics...
She nods, slowly.
Glad to have been of assistance.
OK， 快速浏览。
Apricot chewing gum scented one.
觉得太冗长了，会拖很多时间。五感发达，水哦。嘎嘎作响。
The bar. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
你还没睡？
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. It happens when you grow older. My suggestion is don't. Don't grow any older than you already are. That's old enough. What's troubling your mind?
你哼的是什么歌？
A lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an old Samaran children's song.
那叫什么？
Surrender to the night.
That's kind of grim for a children's song, even if it is a lullaby.
听起来很不错。
Yes, it does.
9:40，看一下。我先回那个马丁内斯海滨地带哦。先去找那个工匠拿那个。拿我的骰子，定做的骰子。对啊，这个开得了吗
This orange machine, you slip your... If you want to try again. The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hit.
那怎么上不去？哦有。哦，对，没有带手电筒啊，难怪那么黑。
Tiles on the cube are still like a smooth draw. The speaker.
Good eve. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Good. Good.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
哇，同一个密码欸。
Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
就这样吧。
Tiles on the cube are still
按下列印键。
casting the framework with a quiet determination. The printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
阅读列印出来的资料。
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
说到资金
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Riyal, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Riyal, with only half of the game finished.
哇，他们是怎么搞到这些钱的？40万呢？
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
职员总数
Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations.
哦。
Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
对啊，一个无线游戏需要那么多概念艺术家冲啊小。
It didn't.
他不需要那么多概念艺术家。
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skip to work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules. One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good.
不管这个生产计划是什么，快速浏览一下。
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
因为概念艺术家
Not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers, with their panic attacks and 3-hour lunches. It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank account.
20、100、千万、10万版、400万、40万，做出400万的游戏。
They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't.
我本来可以缩小差距的。
No, you couldn't.
你什么意思？完全做得到
Definitely not. Not a chance. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
啊？什么？
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsborn Suliswav Jalisa, decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
这他妈的真是疯了！这些都是什么人？
The world had never seen their kind before, and might never again.
这到底有多少头？
So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
你可以做出多少组合？
Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
是啊，那有多少个呢？继续。好恶质的游戏哦！好，来继续。再继续。这就是那个以前的那个电脑啊，它只会把数字打给你，然后现在电脑会很聪明，大概帮你缩整成一个数，不需要这么长。
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest.
不要这么没耐心嘛。
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
让这些数字淹没你吧。
And that's it.
OK， 这就是他们精疲力尽的原因。
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
什么
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Igamian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day.
现在清楚的是，某一天，伊苏林迪的林特尔前端发生一起未识别的数字异常事故，恰巧就是自由微热专案开始程式设计的那一天。就这个异常导致所有资料凭空消失。
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
什么？他们搞丢了整个游戏，甚至连钱都不用赔吗？这游戏不是有拷贝吗？一个备份。
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the offsite copy happened to be onsite when the catastrophic data loss occurred.
上线状态。
It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the offsite copy and, well, keep it offsite. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
上面写着什么
S. Lukanen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The offsite copy was onsite because there was no offsite anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch.
8个月危机之后
I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice-bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
靠近他睡觉的地方。这是还有留下什么资讯吗？啊，不要。
That's not what her colleagues thought. The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
好，阅读最后的注释。
4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye.
哦，难怪它会出现在那里。
Saint-Brun 1147. That's what the street sign next to the church said.
私下列印资料，把它扔掉。
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
离开。嘟，我来拿骰子了，骰子工匠。
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? Excellent. That will be 10 real for one set of magnetic dice.
磁性骰子套组。
I don't do orders on credit. Come back, excellent. That will be 10. This was an especially fun set to make.
看着他们
Dazzling. It's like you have a pair of tiny disco balls in your hand.
有2点。天人感应哦，天人感应，为什么这没有那个啊？天人感应，好，先这样吧。天人感应加3。
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Aside from getting naked,
失
you're
败
not sure what else to do. The building holds no more on.
失败，算了。他那个木板道还是找不到在哪里。
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere.
我好像能从这里看到卡拉耶的卧室。
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here. The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
那些人在里面做什么？
You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural there.
完成思维。
You clearly see
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
large prints Most likely, everything around you is quiet.
我再看一下那个弹道好了。
Two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman having sex.
B 小
A
岛
ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth
木
to
板
the roof
道
outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
哎，看起来有点麻烦呢。木板道地之长跟小指，对啊，我就看了一下，怎么会没有找到子弹的痕迹？小岛搜查子弹的痕迹，小岛在哪？小岛去不了啊。哦，这也不能，要先走出去外面。哦 ，Yo man， 我找不到线索，Yo man。今天 pretty good。私酿酒闻起来有发酵的气味，在哪里呀？都狗。叫线索自己出来，出来线索！你给我出来哦！你出来，我保证不他妈打死你！
There's some tear. Two and no. Let's shake whoever tossed it. You see trace. It's no. It's hard to.
没有啊，木板道就在这里了，不然还是哪里？还有死一个人啊，这拢无线索。线索呢？说好的线索呢
？There's some tear.
这边过不去啊！都过不去啊！骗人呢！哦。
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable.
干，要付费我不要，没钱。 别想要我花钱。不行啊，这边就没有线索。往另外一边去看看。整个都是木板道。这也是挡住啊。过不去。然后小岛我现在也过不去。PVD 应该没有吧？好哦。这是什么？对啊，这没有线索呢，怎么办？好哦，晚点聊。找不到线索，好讨厌哦。
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown us.
然后我又找不到路笔。哎，木板道没反应，找不到路笔。
It's getting late and it's snowing. Time to call it a day.
晚安，金。
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
进入棚屋。这里怪怪的哦。
In this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others.
怪怪的
The
哦。
edge of the floorboard next to it looks scratched.
移到一边。
Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
里面是什么？
Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea.
先补个水。翻遍。
You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard wrapped in paper.
是什么？
A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet.
哦，一颗子弹，有
The
意思。
floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
同时招来老婆婆。
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
为什么你的棚屋下有一个地板下面有一枚子弹
Damn that girl.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
我猜这个不是你放的，是 Ruby。
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
你做一个房间给她吗？
Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
这是什么时候的事？
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before, but this seems different.
"你说他周一离开的？
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
太早了吧？
She probably heard the lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
房间跟他离开的时候一样吗？
I cleaned it, like I always do.
还有别的吗？
No,
The truth, sire.
他怎么样？那个露比？
she's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation.
God.
So I really appreciate that about her.
我还酸我哎。
This Ruby is an old lady whisperer. She knows how to work the village elder, unlike you.
他这次有没有跟你讲些什么？
No, she was mostly silent this time, kept to herself.
你是什么意思？
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
She wanted to talk to her, as they usually do, but she was brooding.
你觉得他为什么会在这里留下一枚子弹？
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
我脑子里可能有一个解释。
Do tell.
这是一个逃离计划。
Exit from what?
这个。
No, she's a fighter.
She really believes that.
他有带什么设备技术吗？例如无线电之类的。
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape videos she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shop. You should be thankful for that.
好哦，我见到他会当面谢谢他的。
She may simply have kept the equipment elsewhere.
他去哪了？
I don't know. Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
Heavy boots.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
你说的太大，你说的对，这地方太大，找他就像大海捞针。
Yes, it's going to be too much work for you to find her. Better for you to stay here, get a nice cozy fire going in the heater.
The failed electric neuron. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
Yeah. 关于一些路比的问题。
What more do you want to know about that poor girl? I don't.
It's a...
You'll never find. Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get...
The failed electric neuron.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
OK， 我来约一下那个小姐姐，先穿一个那个循循善诱的衣服。然后有一个循循善诱，不是吗？就走这个哦。啊，眼睛呢？也没有。那有扣的吗？哦，没有扣。Okay.
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those
平均
little bastards.
58。
Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
先储存一下。
Waves are beginning to die down.
成功啊！失败。读取，再来一次。等我一下哦。好，继续。
Waves are beginning to die down.
拜托成功。
Bastards. Simmer down.
啊，失败。怎么那么容易失败？我不是58%了吗？应该要很容易约到才对啊。
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
约
Simmer down.
You think
成
she
功了。
really needs more of that after a man died at sea?
那我该怎么做呢？
What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober?
我正在听。
Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things together sober. Acknowledge the situation and keep it basic.
我是个酒鬼，不知道你有没有注意到，所以我一般邀请别人跟我一起喝酒。
I have, and I don't really.
不过这一次，莉莉安跟我一起散步。
Just a walk? I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator.
你的回答是可以吗，夫人？要散步吗？
Where would this walk take us, officer?
我在海滩上发现一个风景很好的地方，地之角。
All right, I will walk with you, but you need to understand that nothing is going to happen. We're just walking.
OK， 老派又美好的散步，我喜欢。
Me too. Been ages since I just had a normal conversation with one of you guys.
She means men.
All right, I'll go put the kids to bed and we'll meet at Land's End in 15 minutes.
Okay.
She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready.
"没问题，我穿上我最跑步的装备，最 fashion 跑步的装备，就散步专用，运动专用。手上就不要拿东西了，我们可以拿个这个。哒哒啦啦。地之角在哪？半岛最北端。噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔。有没有很适合吧？嘿嘿嘿。
The woman gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden gust picks up her dark hair and lets it fall again, tousled, wild. She brushes a few stray locks from her eyes, and only then spots you approaching.
我这么大声，他竟然没看到。
Aye, so here you are. It's late and the sun is going down. It'll be dark soon. If we stay here long enough, we will be joined by a cortege of drunks and teenagers. Know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what the locals call a make-out spot. That is not going to happen here today. I just want to make that clear, Dimples.
Her thoughts are still elsewhere, with distances across the water, and with the water itself. Across the rusty water, that's La Delta, the financial district. In the mist-covered distance, towers rise as a rebuke to the poverty of this coast.
你对我的到来似乎很惊讶。
Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments.
其实我还挺擅长行程安排的。
Aye, so an officer should be. All that running around must need a lot of structuring.
Her laughter is throaty and warm. It rhymes with the waves and the cries of the gulls.
他的那个背景形容是在那个什么黄昏，可是我现在已经是晚上了，已经是10点半了，这时间有点不太一样啊，姐姐。
As she turns to face the sun, reflected in the waves, and the skyscrapers rising across the bay, you cannot help following her steady gaze. You should say something, anything, maybe the tequila sunset thing.
你知道吗？我过去的一个化身称呼自己为龙舌兰日落，我不知道为什么会这样。
It's a common Revacholian expression. Means drinking yourself to death.
哦，原来是这个意思啊。
So, are you going to keep the name?
这是全新的我，他需要新的名字。
Can't wait to hear it.
The remains of the dying sun are reflected in the waves and the skyscrapers rising across the bay. Your mind clears for a moment as your senses take it all in. Not just the glass skyscrapers, fragile looking in the shimmering air. River Esperance flowing into the bay.
Isn't it strange for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so generous towards us? You know, the best time to go out fishing is usually towards sunset, when the water is warmer.
Mm-hmm. The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements and war-torn ruins. An old sea fortress juts out, seemingly impervious to the sheen cast over everything else. The sun does little for the dead, and those hopelessly lost in their own minds. Or people living in desert climates with sparse vegetation and little drinking water.
所以你给自己的船起名为太阳。
Oh, that was a bit of pride and a bit of superstition.
And a bit of conceptual unity too, it being yellow and all.
我不确定生活在沙漠的人会不会喜欢太阳。
Now you're just nitpicking. But I concede. Maybe desert people sometimes disagree.
静静欣赏风景。
There's salt in the air, and the cries of the gulls and the skuas. Grit of the sand and the green glint of broken bottles. But still your gaze always returns to the dazzling streaks of light, wherever they may be reflected, their fading opulence.
It's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are, for absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being, certainly no powerful organization or government. How can that be?
Hmm. 总得有什么站在我们这边吧。
I guess we wouldn't really be here if that thing wasn't on our team.
Maybe some general remarks before you say something big. Work your way up to the cool.
Cool. 标新立异。
Say what? Something interesting? Impossible.
哇，失败！标新立异减综合值13，我们已经这么高了，还是不行。有时候总觉得自己的脑子不好使。
Hi. Brains generally aren't very good, are they? I prefer backs, arms, shoulders, lungs too. You know, the wind's gonna pick up soon, and I have to go, but... Have this. The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. I've no use for it anymore.
也许之后我们可以再来一次。
Doubt it. But thank you for the company.
This is as far as it goes with her. You'd need to put a year between you and your last drink for anything more.
你确定你不需要这把剑的吗？
No. Men around here are too drunk to pose a threat to me.
OK， 谢谢你跟我来一起散步。
Farewell.
我们拿到了一把剑，我相信这把剑一定有功用。至少我从空手变成了一个有剑的男人了。剑，哒哒哒哒哒。我一手拿剑，一手拿鞘，双手舞。 人挡杀人，佛挡杀佛。告诉你不要逼我哦。这把剑有什么功用吗？用它来鼓舞自己，很好。我可以。
An old door worn by elements.
还是开不了。啊，对哦，可以直接用飞的。 不行哎，走路就突然不能飞了，是因为我在教堂附近的吗？这不合理啊！如果要飞其他地区呢？啊，先回去睡觉啊！我走错边了。早起来，阁是一尾活凉。
It's getting cold. This. The bed is comforting.
休息呀。
The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy. Waves wash the sand underneath the hut, then grow distant to your ear. In the quiet hum of the organic heater,
又要开始那个声音了吗？那个很沙哑的声音，那个哇哦的那个声音。
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
是啊，是啊，还是让我安心睡觉吧。
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately? Saved anyone lately? Murdered anyone lately?
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people and then forgets about it.
好吧，所以我是杀人犯，这可不要啊。
Hear that? He doesn't even flinch. Iceman doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Blackwater, under the bridge. The thing he's really scared of is much, much worse than that.
这是什么？
Don't tell him, sister. It's too bad.
你为什么要这么做？我只是想睡觉，几乎快看到黑暗。
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream.
Last dream.
The worst of them all.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
而且空气中也会充满信纸的味道。
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
OK。
Everything is so okay.
我等不及，我等不及了。
Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
恢复士气。金早安，我已经掌握到线索了，我们就直冲那边吧。那个什么电器的那个地方，一定有问题。
You see, a slogan used to intertwine with the loops.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall. And the code felt there's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
露比可能在这里面吗？
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower, maybe.
回来了。
Why single out this one building?
哇，要天人感应哦，请听风的声音。風の声。哎呦，高哎，我们让它更高一点。 天人加三。
The once bright mural
97
saying, "Feld Electrical R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
成功。
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
我打算在这里做什么啊？
Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen did not. And now you're just standing there in the pale of the morning, with your hands fallen to your side.
然后呢？
Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
并没有，这是真的天人感应。
Prayer of sorts. To Revachol.
他可能在任何地方，我们怎么找到他
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
如果失败了呢？如果我们找不到他呢
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast.
存档一下。
The once bright mural
再听一次。
towers above you, saying, "Feld elect." Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
那它是通向哪里呢？
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
出了什么事？
She's down there.
哦，这么说吧，我就觉得他在下面，在这栋大厦下面。
Okay. Why?
风告诉我的。
So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
标志旁边有个梯子啊，或许我们可以爬上去。
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
好，那你不要去嘛。
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the Feld building? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions, perhaps a basement access. Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
里面有什么？还是你要走排水道？你不走楼梯？
A thin layer of snow gleams inside the pipe.
好吧，还有什么
？As your eyes adjust, you see some trash, crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray painted skulls on the right side.
还有呢
And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
我们可以通过管道进入菲尔德大厦吗
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around.
The lieutenant's face lights up. He doesn't usually notice these little things.
And it's right here, a maintenance door.
非常低。生锈的金属门。一个就是我们暴力解开，一个就是我们从上面爬上去。我选择爬上去。
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
评估现况。
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180?
差不多啦。
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to do something more subtle?
对啊，我鬼睡那么高。
What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder? Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
我直接传送。
Teleportation is not a thing.
拜托，基你的冒险精神去哪里了？
This really has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing with basic physics here.
试一下又不会怎样。
Oh yes, it could hurt a lot.
你看，7那么厉害，97呢？我在下面那个身强体健，我只有3啊，只有12%，我怎么打得开？那个也是会扣生命值啊。所以我决定要这个，我还没做好准备，等我一下，准备好一下我鬼祟装，鬼祟装超大，好明星墨镜。那个人工巧匠，五感发达。来个，我这个是什么？我有加鬼祟，没错，注意啊。好，避免摔下来受伤，我们来个坚韧不拔。啊，这个反应速度跟手眼协调。OK， 这样应该行了吧？我们敲库鬼祟装，让你看看什么叫爬得上去。97。 就算我们爬得上去，我们还是得要先储存一下。
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is...
上吧。
Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear. Your atoms fading out of existence.
没错，就是闪电侠。
Okay, well, that's impressive, but...
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
哼，我做到了金，我传送过来了。
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
啊，你不是说爬不上来吗？
No, not like a regular person. Like a phased spider.
真的。
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear. 我就说一定可以成功的哈，总比那个在下面开门开到自己扣血好了。
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring without backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
啊，这个知识飘去哪里了？上不过去。好怕哦，只有我一个人，又没枪。我们穿好套装，以免被攻击。然后我们需要拿起我们的剑。我们有魔法书，又有剑，我们近战又行，魔法又行，物理也行，魔法也行。取走照片。应该拿出手电筒，好吧？那我们只好把我们的魔法书换成魔法杖，带来光明的魔法杖。陈旧的办公家具，也许是上个世纪。翻倒在地的桌子布满橙色霉斑，上面有什么东西在爬？哦，循循善诱，我们得到循循善诱装。等下换一下捡钱，看有没有什么东西可以捡。 开的。这个要去哪？回到我刚刚的位置。既然有米奇，看到了米奇。盗猎系。哦，革命者之帽，取走。狭长窗户一样。
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? This does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shooting out of. Outside the window, desolation. Snow falls softly onto the coastal sand, where it melts almost instantly.
是啊，是好藏身之处啊。
It lingers. It's a good place to hide, but doesn't look like anyone has stayed here in a while.
这扇窗户涉及楼兰飞旋的目标可行的吗
？No, it's not. No matter how you crane your neck, you can't see the whole of the whirling in rags. And
哦，所以这个木板刀是这里哦啊，那看只剩小岛。灰尘和蜘蛛网。
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait. 擦掉肖像画上的灰尘。Years worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly.
有点傻，离开。好，我们应该没有东西可以拿了。我们先帮隔层警官开门，不然的话，等一下我被杀。
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
谁在那
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
觉得这样很好玩啊，干嘛这样？一点幽默感都没有。
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
小朋友们准备好了吗？
Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Okay.
Not running is a great way to do that.
啊，不早讲，我已经跑了很多遍了，刚刚就已经跑步了。我需要我的军刀撞一下弹。啊，不要好了，这样我拿不了东西。
Yes.
不打算聊聊我脚上穿的这双靴子吗
Okay, let's talk about it. You stole the boots.
我就想拿这双鞋子没。
Congratulations. That must have taken an enormous concerted effort, considerable ingenuity, and timing. Now, I'm going to report you and you are going to go to jail.
这不是同一双靴子，我实在是太喜欢，所以自己也买了一双。
Sure. Anyway, did you want something related to police work?
I don't care about your insane theft. Just know, if anyone asks me, I will snitch on you.
干嘛这样嘛？好讨厌哦！磨得更破一点，有2个岔路。我们不是在一栋大厦吗？怎么感觉看起来很像矿坑啊
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
金总，你感觉到什么了吗
No. What do you mean?
一种疼痛，奇怪的刺痛感。
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. 等一下，你真的什么也没感觉到 No, but you are the sensitive one.
好，这倒是真的。
Trust your gut feeling on this.
我也看见了，右脚的脚印磨得很光。
Looks like our suspect. If she isn't here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
你指的是
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
So?
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize.
可是这又是跟那个什么杀害嫌疑人又是相关，虽然说是跟他们里面的关系有关系，但是就是变成2个案子牵扯在一起的关系啊，并不是因为我的问题，我是追其中一条线，谁知道它跟另外一条线也有关系。
Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
我们来梳理一下，我们知道乔伊斯掌握凶手的资讯，我们还可能有些其他问题要向他讨论。
Yes, there won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
If you must.
我记起来，我们正在查被害人的铠甲上需要。对哈，还没找那个美眉。
You think we should finish running it now? Maybe you're right. It might not be as useful later.
It's a minor point. Don't worry too much about this.
我们
There are bigger fish.
我们已经检查过装着卡拉耶的档案的那个浮标，我想听听他怎么解释他为什么之前是空的。
Okay, why not? Whatever goes down might also affect her. The Union is watching her closely now.
Not closely enough, you suspect, but still, good idea to visit her once more.
你觉得情况会糟糕到什么程度？
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
你觉得前面会有什么？
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
看来要小心点啊。
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
你也不完全算是秘密前行，怎么说？
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
系统警告，再往前走就回不去了。 临死前也要把钱全部卷款而走。
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before.
原来是你。
Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you.
哇，好痛啊！嗨起来，嗨起来！
Doesn't wish to hurt you. Not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways.
可以的，不用盖。
That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
所以你打算也杀了我吗？
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency.
哦，原来这是他为什么要研究的原因哦。这不是让人看起来很呛、嗨起来的派对吗？
Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
胖子安格斯说你有一台灰域发射器。
That boy's really gotta learn to keep his trap shut. And it's not a bloody pale emitter. It doesn't emit pale.
.为什么突然出现了中配？为什么这边的数字是用中配？还136841？可是你既然要用136的话，那你那个7跟9就应该改啊，应该改成拐跟勾啊。然后零应该改成洞啊。
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
Oh.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
话说那个灰域是什么鬼东西？
The pale? It's the end of the world.
那你是怎么弄到这玩意的？
I built it myself.
太扯了吧！
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented, but we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah, way beyond.
我会一直这样子吗？
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
非常困惑的梦境。
3, 4, 2, 4, 5, 5, 7, 8, 10.
.各种语音都出现了，哇，各种 language 都出现了。你有没有亲自体验过这台压缩机？
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
.这真是太棒了！不过我们还是聊那个死掉的男人吧。
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
小女儿，能不能把它稍微关小一点，让我能问你几句话？
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
2, 3, 6, 1, 8, 9, 2, 8, 1.
You're looking for a deal on mattresses.
Spirit FM.
Dentist.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
痛苦减轻了。
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon.
双管枪前膛枪。
Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
你怎么知道我们要来？
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
准备指的是把子弹藏在地板下面吗？
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
对了，他没有出卖你伊索贝尔那个洗衣女工。
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
准备好面对最坏的情况。
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
现在的我没事啦。
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
是你朝莱利开枪的吗？
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you.
So she says she didn't do it, and she doesn't trust you. Is it you specifically, or the citizens' militia that she distrusts?
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
是你的女朋友，她崩溃了。
Nah, she didn't crack. She's a survivor. If she told you anything, it was to save herself.
你很懂呢。
But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
你的第一个猜测不完全错误，你要把它拿。你的那群兄弟告诉我们你在海岸的。
My boys?
路比兄弟会，前身是哈迪兄弟会。
What? I don't even understand what you're trying to get at here. Oh, doesn't even matter. How can they be my boys when they're not even my friends? Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
等等，难道不是你叫我人心开灌气的吗？不是针对个人，我让他们开口的。
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
我就是靠问问题呀、啊，而且我有问题要问你。
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
你觉得莱利是个讨人喜欢的人吗？
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
你不会同情佣兵吗？那可是门苦差事。你会觉得要维护工会吗？
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like wild pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
Okay.
She didn't hate it, okay?
你不会同情佣兵吗？那可是门苦差事。
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
OK.
I'm listening.
你有没有不在场证明？就是来历中奖的时候。
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
至少有10分钟，他们解释不清楚。
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
我们的调查显示15分钟正好够进行谋杀。
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
你经常玩弹珠吗？
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why?
那就没关系了。弹珠的是有一条秘密通道，可以从飞旋旅社吧台通往屋顶。
Don't know it, but also...
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
你有没有在屋顶给卡拉耶留过花？
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
他们不仅仅是花，他们是大革命的象征。
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
但是卡拉耶在岛。
I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
真的耶，我也不是很了解。好吧，所以你没有留下铃兰。
No, I did not.
你喜欢在屋顶上闲晃吗
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
哦，那是你在屋顶逗留唯一的理由吗？
The view's pretty bomb too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
它的天线有什么好的
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
哦，
Come in.
所以你确定没有在屋顶上朝佣兵开枪吗？
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
那你怎么会知道子弹已经是从很远的地方射进来的？这就是很奇怪啦、你在为工会贩毒，我检查过你的货车了。
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
原来他是音乐家。
That really comes as a blow to her.
没有，他没有，我自己找进来的。
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
你是个罪犯，你的话我不能完全相信。
That's your prerogative.
你有杀害佣兵的经济动机。
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
加姆洛克，你的前雇主加入工会，有一部分原因就是远离谋杀那一类的事情原因。
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
但是你在拿它威胁我们啊！
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
你有一把枪。
And?
你从哪里得来的？
The gun store.
什么枪支商店？
Trigger Happy Jacks.
真的吗？好战。
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
我看是把钱塘枪，你在别的地方还有枪吗？
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
我也分辨不出来那是什么类型的
A
枪。
knocked way 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
你有没有收集枪支？也许是老旧步枪啊。
No, they're not practical. Break too often.
我还想问你其他证据。
Yeah, evidence.
好吧，让我们后退一步。
Yeah? Where?
More questions. Anything.
如果谁杀了2个佣兵？如果不是你的话。
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claudia's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
到底发生了什么？礼拜天晚上把你的版本告诉我。
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Claudia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
等等，在你看来，他是不是也很嗨的样子？
Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
卡拉耶他说你立刻就知道出问题了。
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
你到底是怎么想出这个计划的？而且那么快？
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
啊，他的主意？
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck. To fake lividity? Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
She lied to you about that too.
哇，机智！那还真是糟糕，居然如此震惊。
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
你觉得是他亲自动手的啊？
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried the lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
如果你没杀他，为什么要藏起来？
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn la puta madre agent.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
马德雷教父代理人是什么意思？
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Oh, fucking me.
Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
所有人是指谁？你是怎么知道这个的？
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
告诉我的名字是什么？如果你知道我的那些事，那你一定也知道我的名字。
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to la puta madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
马德雷教父，我听过马德雷教父，他很危险，对吗？
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
对不起，我知道我应该自己知道这一切，但是我最近失忆了。
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
那你做了什么对这个马德雷？
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
I thought we had an agreement, she thinks. This was not supposed to happen. She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
我进城的时候有人跟我一起吗？
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
我不知道他们怎么了。
Sure you do. I bet they're just outside waiting. I guess I'll take my chances.
那个小队里面有谁？
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
你还有什么能告诉我的吗？
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are. Literally, Satellite Officer Vic Mayer looks out of the window grimly. then puts his coffee down and turns to patrol officer Miller. We can either take a room here in the Whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
我好像认识他们，他们就在马丁内斯。
Friction, lock, set.
Don't leave me here. Please leave.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
你知道这个碉堡吗？就在隔壁。
What bunker?
康米主义者的藏身地就在后面。只是个碉堡，你去过那里吗
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw.
完蛋！肯定不是件好事。
Very bad. This is the end. Bad.
试着保持清醒。
All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets.
完蛋
Cop suffers.
Fuck. 哎呀，失败！聊太多，聊到死掉了。
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and zoot, zap, bam! You find yourself on the roof.
I just saw.
No, the wind.
Never mind.
OK， 我们要快速。快速下去，快速下去！最高品质静悄悄。不能用跑的，不然等一下又要出事了。
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components.
这些是电脑零件。
Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system. The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know.
OK， 先这样，然后帮我们的金开门。
Two rusty metal plates.
What do you mean, who's the...
The doors.
Huh. Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Not. A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair
汉金
matched
是
by
马
ample
佐夫同
moustache and
志。
sideburns look a bit silly.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
很久以前，多久？
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing.
No.
I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
这些秘密武器库和秘密碉堡是怎么回事？
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
也许我该搬进来，好像挺舒服的。
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
会不会跟我们在那个学生房间发现的马佐夫半身像有关？
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
会不会最近有人待过？
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Okay.
Could this have been? This does look outside.
It is a great place to hide, and Mazovianism and killing are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
我看不到龙兰飞旋子弹不是从这里射出的。
Indeed. No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
OK， 那我先拿完这个东西。革命者之帽，革命者之帽可以加什么？社会经济学。
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your skin.
No. What do you... I don't feel it, but... No. Looks like our once we detain it.
You will keep calm. If you must.
You think we...
It's a minor.
Okay.
Not closely enough, you...
Well, we're...
If you can't predict...
I think I
wouldn't be so...
Or...
先储存。
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like
I know you're feeling pretty. I can't say it's a...
The voice doesn't wish to hurt you. No, buddy. That's don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
No, I'm using a...
The ick blasted from that pale...
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at. A pale latitude compressed. Signals are relayed.
Sounds like...
So, precisely. At the upper...
She's been holed up.
The pale? I built it my...
That's a...
Oh, yeah. Wait, no. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on... Yeah, let's...
So she thinks of you as Hunter.
If you've got... God damn it, fine.
The gun... Well, just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
I heard you in the passages, so you...
Her tone is bitter. She...
So nice. That's one night I was...
That's her admitting.
No, I didn't. Who ratted me out, by the way? Oh, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? My boys? What? Oh. How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't...
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what?
A strong moral compass. She still wants dogs.
I didn't like him. Hearted, yeah, sure.
She didn't hate...
Plenty of broken people. I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope... Yeah. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. Don't know it.
Evaluating you.
The shot couldn't have come from...
She has...
That didn't go super well.
And? The gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? Sure don't.
The breach?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
A knock...
That isn't...
No, they're not practical. Yeah. Evidence. Who doesn't?
先快速略过，因为刚刚有讲过。
Sure, the view's pretty. It's very powerful. Yes, I'm sure. And no. So now...
Was that?
I never did and no, I did not. So...
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay, great.
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
No.
She did.
I got lucky.
There. It's going to be easier to reach.
Based on what I've heard about you, yeah?
More questions before doing it.
How should I...
Those
Who hasn't? He was still warm.
She eyes.
It's okay.
All right. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. Oh, yeah. No, she asked...
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Yeah. She asked me to help her drag him in. Yeah. As I keep...
But...
War? Fuck it. I'm not responsible. I saw it.
So this is what she was scared to...
Yes. You. Everyone says you're his peon. His...
Oh, fucking hell. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock.
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois.
So she knows your name? All of this just means that you're a...
Is that a joke or a threat? Yeah, sure.
She...
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You've been to my...
She's... Wait. One thing. Possibly small, but she said you...
Yeah, you had your death squad with... Sure you do. Well, it wasn't this... One of the guys that sounded...
No, satellite... Let's go home, John. Nothing's going to happen.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing.
在谈论毒品的时候，悄悄靠近。坚忍不拔，直接开吧。
The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
你还好吧，金？
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
干有2个检测哦，太难了吧？还要能延伸到。
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You
哦，
need
还好，
to give her options.
还好成功了。什么选择？
You know.
也许我该劝劝他。
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
我也希望可以就这样放你走，但我必须遵守规定。
She pulls the trigger before you finish your sentence. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
哇，完蛋！嗯。 哎呀，这怎么那么难解啦？机车欸。先做一个那个数量，没有点数。 没有加生命值的啊！哎，算了。哦，在这边不是有一个感觉很奇怪。
Suddenly, your entire body is
又来了。
I know you can't say it.
The voice doesn't wish to hurt you. Not according to your ear canals. Wait, no. Not even your ear. That's an or don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job.
No, I'm using
It blasted from.
saw my equation. A pale signal
Sounds like.
so precise at the up.
She's been holed up in.
The pale? I built it myself.
That's illegal.
Oh yeah. No. Yeah, I stuck my head in there, but yeah, let's.
So she thinks of you.
If you've got. God, fine.
The gun? Well, just keep her talking.
I heard you in the passages. And so you found.
Her tone is bitter.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't. I was.
That's her admitted.
No. Who ratted me out, by the way? Oh, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? My boys? What? Oh. How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I didn't.
That did make her forgive them.
Like what?
A strong moral compass. She still wants them.
I didn't like him. Yeah, sure.
She didn't.
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boy. Yeah. Can't do. Wow. Now I'm curious. Don't know it.
Evaluate.
The shot.
She had.
That didn't go super well. You've got to.
So.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay.
Beneath it, she's relieved.
No.
She did.
I got lucky.
There. It's going to be easy.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum. And the gun still trigger happy. What did you think? Sure don't.
The breach?
No.
This is such.
A knock.
That it.
No, they're not Yeah. Evidence. No. So now I'm.
Was that?
I never did understand why when someone. No, I did not. Who doesn't? The view's pretty. It's very powerful. Yes, I'm sure. And yeah?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know?
Those rings.
Who hasn't? He was still warm.
She
took it. All right. She sits down with a. Oh yeah. No. She asked.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? Yeah. She asked me to help her. Yeah. As I keep
the
war. Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
嗯，直接先开。不然生命值再扣下去又要死了。
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts. She.
Oh, fuck it.
You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself. Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. A smirk crosses her face as she watches you stand there. You watch.
哦，又失败了，机车啊！那看样子不用带坚忍不拔，带那个什么冷烟散道吧。那个冷烟散道吧。啊，哭啊！来不及了。
I know you can't say it.
The voice doesn't wish that, so don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
哎，为什么我马上扣两招？等一下啊，重读。为什么直接被扣2招？人言善道。 没有了，没有什么能延伸到的装备了，坚忍不拔。
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Can't say it's a.
the voice doesn't wish to hurt nobody. Don't focus on the pain.
I'm using a.
The X blasted from the.
Saw my. A pale signal. So precise at the up.
She's been holed up.
The pale? I built it myself.
That's a
Oh yeah. No. The pale? Yeah, the pale. It's the yellow.
So she thinks of you as
If you. God, fine.
The gun. Well, just keep this. Only be careful when you make your.
I heard you in the passages. So you.
Her tone has been.
So nice. That's one. Not anymore. No.
That's her admitting the.
No, I didn't do it. Who ratted me out, by the way? But she couldn't have known I was on. What is this? I thought Titus and I had a decent collegial relationship. Oh.
Hey, Dom.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I?
That did make her
like
a strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
I didn't like him. Hardin, yeah, sure.
She didn't hate.
I'm listening. I didn't like plenty of broken. I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole. Yeah. Can't do. Wow. Now I'm curious. Don't know it.
Evaluate.
The shot.
That didn't go super well. You've got.
And the gun's trigger happy. What did you think? Sure don't.
The breach?
No.
This is something.
A knock. That. It. No, they're not practical. Yeah. Evident. Who doesn't? The views. It's very. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, no. So now I'm leaving. So now I never did it. No, I did not. So.
That really.
Okay, great.
Beneath it.
That no.
She didn't.
I got lucky.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, yeah?
More quick.
How should I?
Those rings.
Who has it? He was still warm.
She
took it. All right, she's. Oh yeah. No, she asked.
You made it look.
What? Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't sure. As I keep.
But.
War? Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after I saw.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus.
Yes. You. Everyone says you're his peon.
Oh, fucking hell. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Oh, yes, they do.
If she knows that about you.
Harry Dubois.
So she knows you. All of this just means that.
Is that a joke? Yeah, sure.
She.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will. You've been to my lord.
She's not. Wait. One thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? So know something.
希望这次能过啊！
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but... She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
你被捕了。
Oh, fuck it.
说服他放下。
She's truly desperate. You know. This is how you... She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
你没有必要这么做，你没有被逼入绝境，我可以放你走。
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
I
would have done the same, had I not been incapacitated.
如果我们放走凶手会怎样？
I have a feeling we didn't. Her tent. We should check it out.
Oh, 碎啦！香蕉麦片粥。 被扣，既然我放你走，你的财产我充公。
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out. The tent looks old but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
看看那些书。
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook.
笔记本拿走它。
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Okay, right now.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
检查封面。
It's made of full grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller.
Schneller.
This was important to her when it was still hers.
松开皮带。
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
研究笔记。
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently.
大草书体。翻阅书页。
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
什么类型的物料？
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes.
这些图表是干嘛的？
We finish this.
这些图表是干嘛的？
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
有什么个人资讯吗？
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
最早的记录是什么时候的？
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
来历史的那一天，他写了什么？
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. She is referring to betraying her previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense?
有没有关于马德雷教父的内容？
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre? M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
先看9号的记录。
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? The call? Did M call her personally? Why? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake.
我能确定这是个错误吗？看看我。这是个巧合，我永远也不会为一个黑帮老大去杀人。
The thought steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking in your hand.
12号的记录。
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly.
看最近的记录是什么？
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
我真的觉得吗？我真是马德雷教父的代理人吗？
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
如果不是他做的，那我们没抓到，也许是好事。
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than with us, especially if she has problems with the Madre.
你觉得是谁杀了那佣兵？
Could have been Titus. Then again,
没人听到枪声。
maybe there's a hardy boy we've yet to meet who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him.
Okay.
One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask.
如果你有这个胆量的话，笑死！回去了，可以直接飞吗？不能飞。
Our tenant, the police.
这里就可以飞了吧？还不能飞？还是因为有发生了什么事，所以不能飞？
back? Good. Of course. Anything I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around. Like some kind of cross-country law official.
我还有未知的线索没有查明。
Hi. I guess you do. Either he's gonna come.
Stop. Now. It is time.
什么时间
Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
我该做什么
Arm yourself with anything you can, unless you have nothing. Because you didn't find your lost gun, then just walk to your death. I can talk you out of it, whatever it is. You're too likable to die. Don't worry.
我不确定有没有准备好面对前方的一
Then
切
you'd。better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Oh, 他讲的3个人都出现了哎。
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right? Shut up. I'm gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
今天这里是怎么了？
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
Peaceful.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed.
真的全副武装。
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
那个大块头就是大门旁边那个佣兵，公贼头目。
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
我们没时间的，这是。
The mercenary tribunal.
我们该怎么做
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
住手！我是警察。
Get lost, comedian. cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig, fuck!
这个鲁德·霍恩克洛温怎么好像看起来在哪里看过的样子？什么也不说，抱起双臂。
You're probably gonna get killed too. I think I'm gonna kill you. I didn't think I had it in me to kill a cop.
To your left, you hear the lieutenant cock his gun.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you stand there between these men, all carrying real weapons. You really should have a gun in your hand by now. Or something dangerous. No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out. Get under his skin. I don't know about this getting under his skin. He'll only get under yours. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please.
6.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
我知道你不是什么该死的公贼头子。
Yeah, I don't fucking act so well. Laylee had a hard-on for making faces for you natives. Fucking food aid shit. That shit is done now. Trigger time.
你是谁？
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Cortiner. Major Raoul Cortiner. Friends with Lely. Raoul and Lely.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead.
他的眼睛是蓝色，不是吗？你的上校。
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down clots.
听着你的来历，大家都说他是个好人，他很健谈。
Fuck do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives, share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kip-tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, clay monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
你的上校不应该就这样死去，我保证。 我一定会找出杀他的凶手。
Find his killer. Cop, his killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
This did nothing. You think you were onto something? You just wasted time. Please, act.
那是谁？我不知道。你还有第三个人。
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
哦，杀手。
The gunner, the raddest, the killer. What do you think he does?
他杀人吗？
Smart loincloth. He fucks natives up. Soldier of the apocalypse style.
卡拉也在哪？他可以解释的。
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
小的，你他妈在那里搞什么鬼
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire! You know how much windows cost?
你说他走是什么意思？
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
那就是他了啊
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
For God's sake, tell him the hardest didn't do it. Present a case.
听我说，不是他们做的。
Yeah? Who did?
我觉得是卡拉耶。
The bird. You're fucking telling me a bird killed our cunt.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
他是无意的，那一枪是冲着他来，他有一段过去，过去走上了他。
She used to work in industrial espionage, and...
You think I'm fucking stupid? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Go ahead. Say inadvertently. One more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
就杀他，就杀他！他一开始都一直在呛我，他妈伊丽莎白机车。好啦好啦，救他了。
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, "We took him out back and hanged him." He said it loud, in a public place.
听着，他中枪，他不是被吊死的。听我的。
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver, 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways in his hand from the inebriation.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter. 园丁甚至不是他们一伙的。他们认罪的时候，其实是在撒谎。
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
Not true. He purposefully over-aimed and shot the window. You had him second-guessing himself, only for a second. Do not assume he will miss the next time.
差点死欸。
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
你们都喝醉了，看看你们自己。
Yes. So what?
判断会错误，你会后悔的。
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
让他们争吵。野松公司的代表不会允许你们这么做的。
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
He isn't just boasting. He really doesn't care. Back out of this now, or it'll get bad.
好吧，我听说一件事。
Fucking waste this fuck!
试试看吧。
All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. Really? None of this looks like it's going to do anything but piss him off. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
What
always happens when you get good at your job? That name meant night raids. Fucking extrajudicial funky time. Burn villages. Shit that sounds bad on the radio. The same thing happened when we were called whatever the fuck it was. Probably won't be called Crenell for much longer either. Not after this shit.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
What's
that, loincloth? I can't hear you. Sounds like you got your mouth full of dick. Rude.
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
"杀了我，你就永远不知道是谁杀了你的乡校。有些资讯我一直没有说出来。"
Rude. Kill him.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His hands are steady, and the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
反应速度。
You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tugs.
我不会死了，我已经成为不朽。
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left. DePaul is about to take a shot too. At Kim.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. an extremely difficult shot. He has to. The rifleman will fire at you again. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from de Paul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
谁在尖叫？
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
Oh God, watch out!
哇！看着他的眼睛。
A look of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil, and the end. Here it comes. Death. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark, a distant blur as you recede into it.
试图睁开双眼。
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
没人想和我一起做任何事，没人想和我一起排队。
Stay with me.
这是个愚蠢的世界。
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away. A shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
No, Jean.
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim. And the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
不让我继续战斗。
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting. Moaning in his sleep. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his warm sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon we will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a caprice ㄎ.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
我还活着。
Sunrise, Parabellum.
这房间很干净。
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
我昏迷了多久？
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
发生了什么事？
What happened? We tried to take the diplomatic route and hoped they wouldn't attack first. They did. The major gave the command.
然后呢？
As retaliation, their rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
我闪开了。
Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
瓦格兰死了。
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in a hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left.
啊，提图斯死了。
Yes. You were bleeding out. I think you said no one wants to party with you. And you warned me. I was able to disarm the major before he got the jump on me.
Thank you, although...
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened.
杀死了波勒。
Yes.
我以为你一天只抽1根烟的。
This is the one.
那个少校。
He's in a private hospital across the river. Crenel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured.
就他做了保险措
We
施。
won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
工会那边伤亡怎么样？共有多少？
5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, Angus, the fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus.
然后呢？
All.
一场绝对的灾难。
Yes, officer. 6 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
What happened? We tried. As retaliation, they arrived. Then I
This is
Titus. Yes, you were.
Thank you.
I was not able to kill him as I should have. 5. Glenn, Theo, all. Yes, but what's done? And
he did not expect you both to survive.
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
难道今天要打仗了？
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
Okay.
I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
很好。
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
好痛。
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until you find out.
干，我伤的有多重？
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
我还能走吗？
We will see.
You won't be able to dance much, that's for sure. You should be able to live with limping around, though.
我的警局有人来看过我吗？
No.
干。
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
唉，难道不觉得有些奇
I
怪
called
吗
your？ station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
你没看到他们不是吗？
I'm sure they are worried about you.
如果不是我的警局，那是谁帮我治的？
I did.
谢谢。
No need.
你受伤了吗？
Not very. I have a concussion from the major beating me with the butt of his gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me.
好吧。起身，起身。
Easy now.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you?
我的 disco 岁月结束了。
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Efrater.
现在会怎样，金？
I honestly don't know.
你不知道，但是很好，因为我完全知道。但是我也不知道。
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
乔伊斯走了。
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her end. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classier too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
等等，你检查过，他真的？
Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up.
是谁做的？是谁杀死了那被吊死的人？
I don't know. I think the dangerous theory you presented on Classier, or whatever her name is, was wrong. We have not found a motive or a weapon for her. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
28%。
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
开始的脚印。
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
古董子弹。
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
洞呢？
I don't know. That's been there for years.
精灵，铃兰。
What?
那个花。
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
He's wrong.
不经这座城市的每一个垃圾都与这案子有关。
Okay.
嗯，
Don't be narcissistic. Elysium West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
武器库
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
我不相信他妈一点用都没有。
No need to be melodramatic.
那怎么看？
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
好吧。
I'm listening. I'm ready to hear what you think about solving crimes now.
其实非常简单。
Really? Because to me, it seems solving crimes is hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
你没打算放弃不是吗？
No. Are you ready to limp?
我准备好了。
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to enjoy the walk.
我还是就这么漫无目的的闲晃，等线索自己出现吧。
Let's do that. We can start upstairs in Classius' bedroom with your ballistics idea. Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Jamais vu. Derealization.
结果我现在把这个内化完之后完全没用。
The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
但是他已经逃走啦。唉，垃圾人。啊，先留着2个吧。还是可以跑吗？哦。
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You may have notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go. I am sure neither.
干嘛这样？
The fan stands still. The lights. The switch must be broken. Because the switch must be broken. Because...
有点东西。
The medicine cabinet is empty.
他真把一切都清空干净了。优先事项。
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note, a few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
该不会是我的枪吧？
It's hardly surprising. I am not drawing my gun yet, but I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note.
该不会是我遗失的那把枪吧？哦。 不是啊，就是吸在天线上。
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
这条线通往哪个地方？
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime, the island in the bay.
他是想告诉我们，子弹是从小岛射出来的，为什么会知道那么多？
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
他为什么会知道该怎么做？
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Hmm. 我真的不知道。
Neither do I.
这也是我们唯一还没有排除的起始点。
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
也许我们需要去岛上看看。
The wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water. He is trying to justify it to himself. The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez, looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
我要去小岛，你来吗？
Of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
莉莉恩那个死亡人，他在给自己的船只上柏油。
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
难怪我那个时候不能用传送，一定要用走的，不然我传送回来。 嗯。可以传送了。
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
You're not limping. You're you.
我脚挨了一枪，挺混蛋的，你会喜欢的。
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You didn't only get shot.
我躲开了第二枪，我也可以不中弹的。
Well, good for you.
我有问题想问问你。
Of course.
我们需要到那座
Can I help you with
岛。
something?
我们需要到那座岛上去。
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
那座小岛上有什么吗？
Nothing. Just ruins. Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
你说自己没去过，那除了你还有谁去？
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
哪些小孩？
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest.
能把
A
船
strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
能把船借给我们吗？
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
在去那边之前，有什么是我应该要知道的？
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
这2天太阳。谢谢哦，利用你的小艇去那边去那边。
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. We sad to lose the first one.
谢谢，我用你的小艇到那边去的。
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
OK。小朋友问问题。
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone.
孩子们，你们去过那一个小岛对吗？
And that I am.
对，就是那一个。
That's nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire.
Uh-huh.
Gather the sticks for the fire. and bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left
然后
over
呢
from the war, but
There are lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
有人住在岛上吗？
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
有人住在岛上吗？
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
为什么它是火蓝呢？
Because he asks to put the fire out.
为什么要让你把火扑灭呢？
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
关于那家伙，你还有什么能告诉我吗？比如说年龄，还他住在那里吗？
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
Why?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
你爸爸以前去过那座小岛，对吗？
Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't.
你爸爸没有自杀。
I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
好哦。
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
你只知道这么多吗？关于这个小岛，你还能告诉我别的事吗？
There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
上石头，好，上石头。那我的船在哪？
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go?
Go.
Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
Yep.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
你负责引擎，我拿手提音响。
What?
不然我们怎么能在岛上的路上，上岛的路上播悲伤 FM 呢？
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs.
上
You
传
seem to
吧
know。its frequency by heart.
嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿，好强哦！
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
太久了吧？我觉得那个碉堡打不开这个门，应该是那个什么过港隧道之类的，感觉上很像。要到了。
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then, in the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
Let's go.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
你觉得它是做什么用的？
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, locking off that side of the bay.
封锁起来是为了防范谁？
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
ICM. This feels familiar somehow.
金 ICN 是什么？
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communal Army, the black and white army of the revolution.
Oh.
Sounds an awful lot like.
听起来像是 RCN。
It does.
为什么？
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
可能。
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Okay.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
ICN 听起来很像 ICP， 就是国际联合刑警，比较接近。好像更好，更正常一些。
That's just a coincidence, officer. The core mail was founded in 32.
一颗白星。
No, an upside down star.
颠倒星星。
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
这斑点也是星星吗？
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face.
看起来很古老，还留在这里做什么
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
完成思维。 有点累了。我今天玩也够久了，6个多小时。
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
轻拍侧面。
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
为什么这里会有一台发电机？这意味着什么？
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
我是这个发电机证明宇宙是物质的。
A small agony. Minuscule bones may have fractured, but it
好痛！
proves the
可
point.
是为什么我恢复生命值？
He nods approvingly. He even smiles.
我说他为什么会在这里？
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
这是什么发电机？
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
这些电线通向什么地方？
Downstairs, somewhere?
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
La.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
你看。箭头衬衫呢？我可以穿一整套了哎！哇，超fashion套装。
Oh, glorious Fulmir. True born hero, the ultimate performance.
我感到无所不能。
You are literally untouchable, a god among mere men. Go on, the fucking sunset awaits, Fallen Rider.
笑死，无所不能。整套的耶，好屌！
Books and magazines, most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp, light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
标新立异。
Soft covers, serialized fantastique. Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
看近一本书，左翼的我没什么意见发表，你呢？
Ouzia. Humanitarian sciences. Stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West anymore.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
公寓大楼好像也有学生有这种书。
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
批判理论书，你觉得这是什么意思？
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
有多近？
A flash of pain interrupts you, making you wince instead of letting the words out.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
没时间休息的。
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero. The greasy...
The offer still stands.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
这是什么？
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
也许可以控制台打开搭讪防护门。
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
紧急开启。
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you.
那边是什么
I don't know.
要是又跟人家起冲突怎么办？
Don't worry. I have a gun.
我没有枪。
Extra good that I do.
我们走吧。
A dim...
It's on. Turn...
The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. A dim ambient orange.
滑到无线电拨号。
The dial slides under the glass, dark and silent. Restoring electric power has not breathed life
Go.
into it.
走出来外面。漏气故障的橡皮艇，白色小花。过不去，看来这是上面。火男
wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
这把枪不错啊。
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
那是贝莱马格雷吗？
It's a 3-Angong 446.
A samurai rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Xinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
赫辛欧公社。
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
你的视力保持得很好啊。
My eyesight. Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
那扇防护门是你关上的吗？
I did. And you opened it. How?
我给发电机加了油，然后用控制台打开的。
I should have burned that console down.
你怎么知道我会来？
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
那不是摇滚乐，那是悲伤 FM。
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness, a weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip-gyrating, mental illness music.
你是那个火人吗？
The what now? I can't hear you.
你最近有没有让2个小孩把火灭掉？一对双胞胎。
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
先生，我需要你把枪放下，这样我们也好进一步聊聊。我们是警察。
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
我的确是敌军指挥官，把枪放下。
The words, I am an enemy commander, sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be, dog?
双重荣誉警佐。
A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
你说什么？
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
现在。
The present to be afraid and cold.
捡起沙地的枪。
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
这支步枪被修补改装过好几次。
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him.
近距离检查一下。
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
就像他说的。
No one said it has to be Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
这支枪是用包口子弹4.46口径。
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
收起枪。
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response? Something is slightly off with his motorics. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
你叫什么？
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
我在这座岛上待了13年。
No. I've been on other islands too.
Oh.
I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
你说你抛弃了自己的部队。
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
失去信心。
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took
发生了什么？
for reaction to take hold.
应激反应。
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
到底是什么时候？
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic.
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
你没有去地图室？
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
那是什么？
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
看见了什么？
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
怎么也不说让他说完。
I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
No, I am
not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
但是你说你接受过训练，还被指派到了防卫队。
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
等等，政治委员是做什么的？
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see,
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology.
意味着你是受过训练的抗美主义者，对吧？
He nods slowly, then another tremor. He looks away to the sea and lets out a cough.
你说这是你的无条件投降？
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol, a so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter.
我们执行法律，不让这群动物自相残杀。
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans ce land. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
啊，一定要讲完这全部啊！其实我已经有点想睡觉了，干。好，再确认一下，你在这里是尝试3年。
43 years and 10 months.
真是太坚定了。
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west, the fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
为了什么？
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
我是从那里来的，我可以向你保证，大家绝对不是那样计划的。
I am not a fool. I know. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore. However hard I try, whatever I do.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load.
那你做过什么？
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
这是什么地方？这座岛？
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
它是用来做什么的？
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
你的意思是登陆，重新夺回瑞瓦肖？
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
首先，我不是其中一员。
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow? Iblis.
伊布利斯。
The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
那么久，你是怎么活下来的？
How does anyone survive? I steal.
你偷了什么？
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
哇，那么惨。
He does seem frail, gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
你的状况很严重，你需要接受检查，我们可以安排的。
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
你是怎么应对的？精神上来说
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
这些年是怎么隐藏自己的身份的？
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsoff coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
那你是怎么在这里和内陆之间来往的？
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
你为什么去城里呢？
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
圣吉莱纳路22B 号下秘密武器库，底下是那个，你去过那里吗？
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
Yep.
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights, ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how did he get down there?
你是怎么进入那栋大楼？他上锁了，至少现在是。
I didn't have to. Came in through the storm drains.
Storm drains?
There used to be a system that connected the bunkers, tunnels and such, under the church and everywhere. Most of them are gone now, collapsed, just bricks. All the old infrastructure has...
菲尔德大厦下面有一座小碉堡，你待过那里吗？
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
自杀?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
再告诉我一件事。
The old man looks across the
还有一
water
个很
at the city.
严肃
The
的问题
ruins,
问你。
the
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
你用这支枪做了什么？
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
哦，说得很好哎。
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay, okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But
不过什么？
this is what you live for. This is the shit. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No, no. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
你说的杀人是在战争停止之后吗？
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
The who now? Oh, yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Uh-huh.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh yeah.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up. You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul. Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself.
Officer.
就让我多打几下。
Almost where? Almost ready to bleed to death.
No, come on. A word. Let's go. From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
还漏了什么？
Ballistics. Let him cook here for a minute or two. We can have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. I think we should check out the post.
It doesn't have to hold in court. Just establish a line of sight, and he'll do the rest himself.
好吧，就这么做吧。
Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot. But there's something more, too. He thinks the deserter has more than just this case in him. 44 years here.
你觉得他还有问题？除了这个案子以外？
Oh yes. And he hasn't spoken to anybody in a long time. If we get him open, who knows what will pour out.
"我要怎么进去？" 不是啊，这也没有办法过那个碉堡啊。 有可能是走这里啊。我妈，这是什么黑龙潭是不是？要怎么过？哦，不是啊，这边是到底是怎么过来的？唉，拿手电筒，拿手电筒，气死！到底是三小啊？哪里有路可以走啊？妈上不去呢。先回到最外面。这里有没有其他出入口？啊，这里还有个出口。啊，这里。
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures. firing slits, like 2 eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
检查墙壁。
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
摸混凝土。
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
透过射击孔观察。
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar.
右边。
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
左边。
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
两者中间。
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
就是这个。
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
可以。
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
经我也可以打得到，我能打中。
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
总算找到了。为什么之前没来这呢？
Why? We don't go everywhere in the 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
死了7个，我们本来可以阻止的。
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here, I feel it.
There's a rain...
B triple prime.
A single and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
你们枪手是一个烟鬼。
Noted.
There's a rain...
B triple...
A single person and an empty... The silhouette of a tobacco picker. A rain-soaked mattress on...
我是音乐剑士。我们又回来了。
Minions of capital. What do you want? I ain't going.
从容自若。哦，从容自若。
Minions of capital. What do you want?
杀害他的事。
Pretty bull.
A drop of blood, that's right. Pile it all on him now.
窗
Three should do it.
窗户背后就有铃兰。
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
我们在马丁内斯别的地方看见这种花，只有在这里。
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it. The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
一个名为卡拉也的年轻女人想起了什么吗？这钢花出现在她的窗户背后。
Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
是的，你没听过她的名字对吧？
My ears don't reach the city.
你认识她对吗？她跟被害人之间有亲密关系那个佣兵。
With the victim.
There is a small tremble, looks like a smile, a crooked smile, yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Almost, but you need one more, just one, or maybe two.
不知道你穿鞋子是什么牌子的？
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sansarique. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
等等，也许没那么复杂。
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
人都是会换鞋穿的，这并不意味你没去过那个被害人死去的房间附近偷偷摸摸的。
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silence suddenly. Some strange process. More. He's gonna crack. But you need a little more.
我们做过弹道学分析的，指向塔楼，子弹是从这小岛射出去的。
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top fella to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Duras. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
这个马丁内斯要看到那扇窗户，这里的视线是最好、最不受干扰的。
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Leave no stone unturned. Get him on what matters most.
我不需要你的合作，我这个把特利安钢446拿给他看。
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your musketeer pistols. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting.
别转移话题，我们找到凶器了。
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
你觉得我们有凶器吗？
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
那我就说我们拿到凶器了。
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
Hmm. 那还是一名士兵，他是一个人。
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
喂，你射了他一枪。
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
然后呢？
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it, anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man, not...
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
那天晚上为什么要看他们？
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
你扣动了扳机？
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
第一次看见死者是什么时候？
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
Joyce. He means Joyce.
有钱的女巫。等我一下，要去拿个水。啊，有钱的女巫。
Wrinkled up whore.
嗯哼。你不是康米主义者吗？
Black sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy. As to pederasty, the party legalized it in '04. My party, not your liberal masters. So don't you sermonize me, you racist shithole. It's still bourgeois when the bourgeois does it, fiddling with their sexual organs.
继续。
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and Mesk phalanx weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
尸鬼。
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst ones, if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
还有没有其他你不喜欢的东西？
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put of hatred.
再具体一点。
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
怎么会这样？
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
克雷尔先生
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
还有别的吗？然后说完不要打断。
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. Intense, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
老保皇派
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
Whores.
环岛做雕像也不太对劲，还有梅毒。
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
厌恶。
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb.
That is technically possible, although Philippe III was not actually syphilitic. He was just mad.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues too. Hundreds of them.
不过他还在那。
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
是。
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. And there it is again. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
你提到工会是工人主义派，还说克雷尔先生是工人主义的闹剧。
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat, placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the union's top brass.
谁让人失望？
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation, the smart one.
Edgar.
Oh.
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
All right.
First against the wall with them. First against the wall for keeping the mills of capital going. They should go before the owners.
你说的是雷雷吗？
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot's plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petanque maniac race traitor. I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one. Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
你们想杀了他？
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat.
干，这好变态
The
哦！
blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him there lately. Must be down with arthritis. Oh, cunt.
好变态哦！
Momentarily, he's worried for him. He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try.
Glad? It's all gone.
His lip curled.
Glad? It's all gone.
那些话未来教会你。
Real music. Real Proletkult. That's la Revacholière. Not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
You need to address that remark.
对我骁人是什么？
It is the anthem of the world revolution. One of 3. In Grad, they sang brave children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was some Samaran shit, I guess.
怎么唱的那首歌？
How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it.
具体一些凶杀案当晚你看到什么不喜欢的东西？
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
所以你是在嫉妒？
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
He wants to see her covered in blood.
就没有成功。
To punish her.
你观察他多久了？
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Feld building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Feld building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
他藏了什么东西？
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Bleu.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
他跟我们说的就是那个隐藏浮标，你查过了吗？
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
我在检查他的名字的时候，我刚才讲他不，你在护照上看到他的名字的。不过在那之前，我们叫他卡拉耶的时候，你好像没有认出来。
You didn't say Clausia in there.
你确定吗？我们检查过那个浮标里面什么东西都没有。
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
那他名字叫什么？护照上的？
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
我们继续在那之后，你就一直观察着他。
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises, you can't make that out in a scope.
你可以看到他的淤伤通过步枪瞄准镜吗？
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
那你怎么知道他身体上的这些细节？
It quickly comes to you.
你是不是从墙上的小洞看到他？
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
你有没有从屋顶上的一个窗户光找过他？
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
你有用过罗兰飞旋背后的那条秘密通道，尘土留下来是你的脚印，你刚换过鞋。
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
那里也去过？
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
Uh-huh.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope. There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
还有其他的吗？
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
这就是你在他窗户背后留下钢花的理由？
No.
为什么呢？
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
这是什么时候的事？
The day after I killed him.
你给他带去了铃兰。
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
你想安慰他？
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
所以总的来说，这一切并不是为了他，而是他。
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
他走了，我们不知道他在哪。
Good for her. That girl kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, kept staring at the island. At night, crying or smoking on the roof, like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette. The old man has fallen silent, staring at your feet. The burnt logs in the fire are moist from the sea air.
成功。
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild,
他的状态出奇的好。
Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
被启动了，被什么启动了？
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
坏脾气难道不是他生活的副产品吗？
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
痴呆？
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
德罗斯先生，你还好吗？你的记忆怎么样？
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
因为你在伊索夫利连诺维奇德罗斯，因为你在马丁内斯摩沙科奈尔上校而被捕。
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
But, do you understand, sir?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
首先，空间够3个人吗？
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
我回来找你的时候，谁看着他呢？
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce?
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
This is small. 什么的无感发达？看我现在是不是穿着扣无感发达装备啊？道具价值减1。把它冲到10，操！
There it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other, but then, in the middle of it, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
嘘，经理听见了吗？
What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
哇，真的有欸！我靠！真的有欸！那个什么竹节虫的，那是什么？
What are you talking about?
巨大竹节虫。
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster, but you don't have a gun.
有的，我看见它了。
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
经理能看见它吗？
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something. You. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
仔细听。
You smell.
你真的存在。
A sudden chirrup fills the air. The walking stick moves its whole body, limbs working independently of each other, like the parts of a masterfully constructed machine. It moves just an inch closer to you. Or does it only feel like it does? Something in its body language has changed, just slightly.
这就是伊苏林迪竹节虫。
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open extremely carefully. It's the camera.
No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
金闪光灯太亮了，他不会喜欢的。
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
好吧，先让我靠近啊！不要，不照相吧。
With the sound of metal sliding against metal, the lieutenant reveals the lens. The glass glints in his hand as he begins to slide in an ampoule. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. The motions are quick, sudden. Something cracks in the lieutenant. He's letting his pride get in the way.
The ampoule will produce a loud hiss. You're right. It could scare it away. I need a better moment when it's not looking.
I'll wait. I'm on standby, he thinks, his hands sweaty around the machine. The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
小心翼翼的靠近。
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
另一只手也举起来。
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
没错，祈祷吧。
Unwittingly, the insect continues its stridulations. As it moves, tuft-like structures still pretending to be plants rustle along on its joints. Perhaps it is preparing to eat its god.
你好，我是哈利，我真不知道自己是谁。
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
踮起脚尖，再靠近一点看。
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
金，它在吐泡泡。
Careful, it may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
告诉我你在做什么。
I exist.
我也存在。
Tell me what it's like for you.
它是很不可思议的。
Yes, holy is the Lord of hosts, and all the earth is filled with his glory.
哦。
Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
侵入什么被侵入了？
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations, a swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms, all speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache.
我很高兴我是我，一种极其敏感的容器。
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass, eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
一开始很混乱，不过我还是坚持下来了。
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
Detective. Arriving. On the scene.
后面接这个警探闪亮登场。我是一名警探。
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
我和你一样。
I can also detect pheromones. The ones on you tell me that you will not eat me, and that I will benefit from your closeness. In short, I love you.
这一切是从哪里来的？所有的一切在我们周围这个世界。
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
那我们唯一能做的就是举起拳头对抗它。日复一日没有答案。
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so
这件事太敏感了。
yes, of course, the 3 meters tall stick insect would be offended.
我是在做梦吗？出了什么事？
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
你到底是什么？
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulindian Isoma. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. No, no one believes I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. Dripping of blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea. The first in 1,000 years. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the city's militia in Revelshop, district of Martinez, March 51.
这也太疯狂了。
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively median life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
等等，灰域是什么？
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
我没有这种力量。
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
怎么做到的？
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
这是个怎么糟糕法？
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget?
我一直都是这么想的吗？
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
我会特别小心，不让自己眨眼的主街童，别担心。
Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sigh, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
今我是不是严重癫痫发作了？
It doesn't look like that, no.
看起来怎么样？
You're just staring at it.
没什么，只是在看看主街虫，一切都很正常。
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
现在我该说再这样，没什么想法，就这些。
No, there is one more.
在我见过所有生物中，你是最善良的。
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind.
我会试试的。
She was held on Earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
好吧，金照相。
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant. Hypnotized by the flash, it stands frozen before you.
I got it.
触须。
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the kiting curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
镰刀样的前臂。
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
Warning.
Warning. 把手拿开。
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor. Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think.
我们搞定了。
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
慢慢脱开。
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
消失了。
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
那是什么？在芦苇丛里面。
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
它可以在水面上行走。
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
现在怎么办？
What now? In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Brother, you've managed to collect all the
yeah.
pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown.
至少满足了我的收集癖。
Indeed, you found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected. Few cops are this futuristic.
至少我现在是真的无敌到寂寞。全副武装啊，不行了，裤子还是得穿。看起来好酷。 看起来好酷哦！吵死！
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
先生，你怎么可能看不见主阶虫呢？
Mr. Doras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing.
轻轻地拍他一下肩膀。
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
这人怎么了？
Old age and shock. The appearance of the Phasmid in conjunction with the stress of the arrest. He spent his entire life here. For him to leave would be...
我们在竹街中找到一些
into
东
the
西。
reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
拆下来的瞄准镜给他看。
I lost.
你弄丢它，对吗？
He turns his eyes to the reeds again. As he's done,
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
silence, not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
把护照拿给他看。
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80.
Let's have a closer look at that after. I think I'll be more useful than him.
拍拍你头上的头盔。
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
我先让你休息一下，罗德斯先生。
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched, and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
等我一下。
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
« 哇，这应该是一个重。 你要开船回去，那应该是那个吧？不给飞。
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away, 102, 105. On the islet, there is almost no wind, just snow quietly falling on the reeds, bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dried leaves chafing against each other. Like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. reeds motionless, bulrushes motionless. A flake of snow falls on an extinguished campfire. Hiss. A jitter, a sound impatient to happen, but not yet in this world. You hear some kind of limb fidget, producing an imperceptible tick. No, it's just your imagination. You can't hear such things.
Ting.
Yes?
早上还真够安静的。
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
抱歉，我们走吧。
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in, but for the sound of conversation on the water. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought in. I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
你是那个墨镜男。
That's right. And you're some kind of murder machine.
你们是谁？
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic ㄐ, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
父亲，你必须支持我，让我们消灭他们吧。
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
这是干什么？
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
This is the horse-faced woman. I don't know why you named her that, but it was beyond idiotic. You should never address her using those words again.
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. Shit kid, what an interesting moniker.
"这么久以来，你到底在哪？我还经历了一场佣兵审判。
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we are cramping your style. You're detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die.
哦， 所以是你让我独自面对一对训练有素的杀手，就是为了让我上一课。
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
那你为什么没有不侦查乌宁时呢？
Oh, you think it was cool? You saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here. Breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss, so we fucked off. Like you told us to.
你提到什么特别行动小组？
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit. Under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
来唤醒一下我的记忆，里面还有谁？
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trent fucking Heidelstam, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
首先纪晓姆贝维是谁？
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Baby is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trent, because I'm forcing him to stay.
好吧，那重案组是做什么的呢
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We're shit here now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
这个小子是什么
You. Shit kid, that's you.
Maybe you've deserved it.
你怎么会知道我在这？
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
我帮他料理塞维尔的事，他居然背叛我。
Shit kid. He didn't betray you. He just told us the direction you went in. Who's Sylvie?
谁也不是，这不重要。
It better not be.
He means you better not be partying with this Sylvie shit kid.
我什么都没想起来。
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trent, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Esau, hell, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
6
Psychotraumatic amnesia? Trent? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying. Or insane. Or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
我有吗？
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world team, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trump, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Leadership, now.
Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
就这么站在这里。
Yeah. Just stand there. It's cool.
Okay.
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to our motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
时间到了，龙舌兰日落。
Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Tequila sunset. Not sunrise because you're almost dead. So funny, Harry. Thank you for fucking me. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip. You know that, right? You're gonna get fired. And I'm gonna pay till I die. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
好，我的警证就在这里哦。我有一身未来主义铠甲。
We're not armor cops. We're cop cops. People don't know us by your armor. They know us by your badges. You called in and said you lost yours. Have you found it?
我的警证就在这里呀。
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand. Not today, badge.
看我的警证。
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. Gun. Yeah, you don't have that. Maybe you can philosophize your way out of it. Here we go again. Lost gun. Trying to terrorize you.
我把枪升级成步枪了。
Upgraded it? I don't care about your weapon mania, Harry. I only care about your official sidearm, which you lost.
这可是特里安钢4.46步枪诶，他曾经杀死了大概1公里外的男人。
I don't care. Where is the gun the RCM gave you to kill people with? Where is that one?
是啊，我没有配枪。
I knew it. I told you he didn't have it.
This isn't cause for celebration. It's bad.
Oh, I would say it's very bad. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Please put the stolen rifle away before you kill someone.
我没喝醉，我没喝酒了。
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
这些不重要的气味情况跟我发现相比，这毫无意义啊！
What you've discovered? You let the suspect escape. A certain Glacier. because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
他是个间谍，我也接受过。
Oh well, if she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby something. Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts, that's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been. Detective, it's better if I do that.
It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day. It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to political outbursts, which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him anything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped working on the case. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo and shows it to the officers across the yard. Thick white snow falls all around you. Flakes stick to the glossy photo of the phasmid. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
这就是我一直想来告诉你的。
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
The killer did not seem to be aware of the phasmid's presence, exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, He fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
Boom, boom,
yes,
boom.
but also
本质上可能没有关联，不过犯人可能知道它的存在。
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fight out the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
还有一个木板道上发现一个失踪人口。
Yes, yes. Fallen through a gap in the boardwalk. Drunk.
你怎么知道我找到他？
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
还有竹节虫是雌性，芦苇虫就是它的巢穴。
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
我觉得它的上颚看起来像头发一样，而且里面是纯白的。
Yes, but also red-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Cop discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it,
you're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead, or no.
所以你怎么说？还想要我这个高手吗？
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator...
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
等等，在我们离开之前，我有几个问题关于我是谁。
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
我是谁
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
在那之前
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
不可能，我是个摇滚歌手。
You haven't told us about that. You just told us about being a gym teacher.
好吧，那的确解释很多问题。
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
我收集的运动套装。
The fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is.
And this guy, too. God, even this javelin throwing freak here.
天啊，一击击溃麦克。
Of course. Contact Mike.
He's been on about Mike again? I hate that guy.
好吧，现在我明白了。
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
OK。竹节虫，我需要把这件事情立刻告诉丽娜。
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock.
一个神秘动物学家。
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon.
歌声金左，现在你怎么办？
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
关于什么的？
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
我不在11分局做这些呢。
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
不，我的意思是调查，来11分局工作。
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit him. I'm crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
挖角 Yes, 挖角
He's really considering it.
我准备好了。
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmair? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
结束。啊，原本想说要休息了，结果看得快破关了，破台啦！一不小心就变成不破关不关台了。这不能跳过吗？ 不行，好像不行。那就登吧。不过中间还是有略过一些东西啊，因为有些东西实在太冗长了。原本是想要收录，但是觉得好像没什么意义，大部分都废话。哇，今天玩太久了，这一趴有点长，有9个多小时。还是太久。太久了，等它结束太久了。不如来抽一下。哎，这次的我的遗装可可罗。单抽出奇迹，抽起来，半夜单抽，究竟能不能出奇迹呢？没关系，我还有8张，就是为了这个时候。出，再来。来呀！哦， 9。啊，最后一张，看来是没有。我们留个1张啊，下次再抽。开始用钻石啊，全是10啊。共估。来。啊。哇，出彩！哇，双彩耶！可是没有读条。尼洛。6、7、8，哎。都抽过的了，歪，然后竟然没有歪到没有的，看，不然也给我个优妮学姐啊！够。Again。读条，哇，读条了，读条了，读条了！来吧，公主可可罗，啊不是公主可可，遗装可可罗。1、2、3、4、5、6，就是你啦！干！操你妈！歪掉了！干！歪掉了啦！哎。还可以继续游戏吗？等我一下。好，今天有出读条，那就明天再抽。今天先这样。我们看继续游戏会怎样。它继续游戏是在这个位置耶。哦，是在那个什么有点危险这个位置上。好啦，破台啦，之后再玩其他游戏啊。 就先这样子了。感谢各位今天收看，今天开有够晚，快4个小时。现在应该也没人开吧？你看一下还有谁？这时间点超尴尬。这个是认识的那个吗？应该不是吧。好了，那就先这样吧。大家晚安。